What's up, everybody? I'm Boy. This is my channel. Hey there, Inflatable Cat. Welcome. Hope everyone is having a good day. I'm having a good day myself. This is like wonderful because the past 2 days at work have been very, very long. So I'm glad that today is a nice change of pace for me. Hopefully it's not a change of pace and everyone's just had a nice week so far. But yeah, it's a good day for me. Good day for me. Had a good workout. It's nice and sunny outside. Can't complain about that. I'll tell you what. Oh boy. Let's see here. Foils and shinies. We'll get into that. Monsters in my campaigns kind of. I don't homebrew stat blocks, but I do homebrew appearances, so I'll reskin monsters if I need them to. But generally speaking, I save a bit of time by using existing monsters. But we'll get into that. Don't you worry. I'm just starting up. I've been here for like 5 minutes. I'm glad to see people here and enthusiastic though. That does my heart good. And I mean, screw it. If we're into it, let's just into it. I'll stop babbling about introductory stuff. Let's get ourselves going here. So we've been helping me catch up. My microphone is so covered in cat hair right now. But yeah, so we've been working on to help me out a little bit because life is busy and I don't have the same time that I wish I had in a lot of ways. I have been cheating, and usually I work on a project that is a campaign that is not one that I'm actively running because I don't like working on the campaign that I've been running in case any of my players stop by, which they have in the past. But time is a very limited commodity for me these days, and I have not nearly enough of it. So I have not been building up the same buffer between what I've written and what the players are catching up to that I'm usually preferring to have. So we're working a little bit on the campaign. I'm breaking my usual rule. We're working a bit on the campaign, and if any of my players stop by, then they'll just have to be really good at not metagaming because I just don't have time in my life. So that's what we're gonna work on today, like we did on Monday. Yeah, it's Monday. I don't even know what day it is or what day it's been. But that's what we're gonna do. But first, we're gonna do what I always do, and we're gonna warm up with working on our rune project here a little bit. I find that to be a very good way to sort of warm up and get my brain in the creative space it needs to be to continue writing stuff. So that's what we're gonna work on to start. We've been working on our level 6 abjuration spells, turning them into runes. I don't remember how many are left. Let's find out. We need to go to our spells, our abjuration spells. Let's see here. We need 6. Yeah, filter. Boom, there we go. And then let's see, we did guards and wards. I think we still need to do primordial ward. Primordial ward. I still like glob of invulnerability best though. That was one of the best ones. Oh, you like the appearance of like the scroll book? Are you talking about like the appearances that I have going on in here, Foils and Shiny? Because it's not part of the website. This is a template that I found, like a background that I found. Yeah, so this is a background that I found. I can't remember where I found it. It was so long ago. I wish I could properly cite it, but it was so long ago that I found it, and I've just like constantly been copying and pasting template pages within my OneNote notebook. So yeah, it's really cool. I wish I could take credit for it. I can't. I didn't make it. Someone else did, and it's really cool. Hi, Orange Ink. How's it going? Good to see you here. But yeah, it's really cool. You can find these types of things. So I use OneNote for my notebook stuff. And And you can find a lot of really cool templates. You just kind of Google like OneNote template, and you can find some really cool stuff that people have made. And you can kind of download notebooks and stuff like that. And that's how I did it. So highly recommend just searching for stuff, because people have made a lot of cool things. People who are far more creative than me have made far more creative things than I'm capable of. And I have shamelessly stolen them, so there we go. But let's see. Yeah, we've got our primordial ward that we can do. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. And that's our last level 6 spell to turn into a rune. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's get ourselves warmed up here. Primordial, oops. Primordial ward. There we go. Let's see here. Alrighty, let's just take our spell as written here, so we can kind of have our starting point, and we can do some little massages to the language here and turn it into a fun little rune for our players to turn into maybe somewhat broken magical items, but will make the game super fun. So, all right, let's see. What does this say as a baseline? You have resistance to acid, cold, fire, lightning, and thunder damage for the spell's duration. Okay, so we're going to immediately change this to when the item is held / worn and active. You have resistance to cold, blah 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 blah. So we'll just do that. So it's like an item that you like hold or wear, and that can kind of immediately give us some ideas about what type of item you can enchant with it. But that'll be, let's see here. That's kind of part of what we're working on here. Is we're working on writing stuff and knowing exactly, like, I have basic ideas. There'll be a lot of reskinned monsters, but it's pretty much just going to be taking sort of like beast-like monsters and elemental-like monsters and skinning them and flavoring them specifically to be primarily focused on gnolls and air elementals for this campaign that we're working on. If you're looking for like custom stat blocks, I don't do that. I don't have time to do custom stat blocks. I basically steal a stat block from an existing monster that looks pretty much like what I want the monster to be able to do, and then I just rename it. Which is the beauty of D&D and Theater of the Mind, because it's really easy to do that. So that's the basis of how I do it. But that's all stuff that we'll get to when we get to it, because right now I'm still kind of ironing out all of the story beats and everything. So you'll see. Once we get into it, you'll see what the process is. But so for this thing here, when the item is held / worn and active, have resistance to acid, cold, fire, lightning, and thunder damage for the spell's duration. Great. When you take damage of one of those types, you can use your reaction to gain immunity to that type of damage, including against the triggering damage. Yep, I think that one can stay as is, because we've already established that when the item is it's when the item is held and active that you can go for it. So I think that bit's good. If you do so, the resistances end, and you have the immunity until the end of your next turn, at which time the spell ends. Okay, I'm gonna stop that from being its own bullet point, because it's just a continuation of this, I think. When you take damage of one of those types, you can use your reaction to gain immunity to that type of damage, including against the triggering damage. If you do so, the resistances end, and you have the immunity until the end of your next turn, at which time the spell ends. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think that's good as it is. So basically, you can sacrifice resistances to be immune to, you can sacrifice the resistance to all of them, to make yourself immune to one of them. And I think that's perfect. I think that works just fine. Hey, Mayor Mayhem, good to see you. Welcome. All right, so type of item it can enchant. We'll have this be any held or worn item, so it can be passed, and given to others for this type of item. I mean, I guess it depends on how strictly you want to adhere to ideas of bonding to magical items and stuff like that, whether or not it can be passed. as a baseline, you'd have to like bind yourself to the item. But I tend to play pretty fast and loose to that, just because I think it's fun when my players have super awesome magical stuff to use. But that's just my style. Depends kind of on how powerful the item is, I find. So let's see how it's cast. Once per day. When item is held and command word is spoken. So that's basically how that kind of ends up being how all of the like runes that we create here work. Is you give it you give it a once per day limitation unless they want to go through some really extensive, rigorous crafting hurdles when making the item, because that's how all of these are. These are runes similar to the Pathfinder rune system, where it's like a whole bunch of effects that can be kind of added to items that one already owns for the sake of making much more unique magical items. But the flip side of it is, there needs to be limitations for most of them. Especially depending on like the level of the spell. We definitely don't want people to have a magical item that can cast like the wish spell at will. That would definitely be broken. It's actually, you can kind of be more free with like making passive effects on things with cantrips and stuff, because the concept of a cantrip is that it's weak enough that you can just cast it at will. Excuse me. But yeah, once we're getting up to like the level 6 ones, I definitely put that limit of once per day on there, because I want my players to have powerful items, but I want there to be like a certain degree of scarcity to it still, right? I don't want, like I say, a level 9 spell to be an at-will situation. It's like, this is a singular tool that they can use in a situation that they deem it most useful. So that's good. The range, we'll say, how do I want to word this? Like, the range is just like, you have to be wearing, or we'll say just must be wearing or holding the item, because it impacts the person holding it, right? It doesn't create a ward. And like the idea behind these enchantment items too is like they're different than spells, because you're not casting the spell. It's more so that the item has the capacity to itself use the spell and share the power with whoever's doing it. So like something like magic missile, obviously you're not just gonna like magic missile yourself. That'd be stupid. Maybe a cursed one. I don't know. That's the cursed one, is they're a little haywire, and so on you have to roll a d20 on a natural 1. At least one of them hits you. But like, so some of them it's going to be different, but as a baseline, when it's like when it's an effect that isn't an instantaneous thing or an attack, it centers on the person wearing or using the item. So I think that's perfect as it is. The duration, what is it? I mean, it's basically until the next turn. What does the duration say here? Duration, okay, 1 minute resistances or immunity for 1 turn. Let's see here. Yeah. So duration, we'll say 1 minute. I mean, it's kind of 1 minute or less, but we'll just leave it at 1 minute. That's perfect. I think that's great. Attack save. No, there's no. That's irrelevant. And this is an active type. Oh, actually, you know what I want to do though. I'm in type. Active, we'll call it an active buff, right? Because like they're like the active and passive is less about like whether it's an instantaneous thing and more about, does the item just constantly do that thing, or does it, like, is it some sort of like thing that you have to activate, right? And so in this type of situation, you have to activate it. But what's interesting about this though is, now that I'm thinking about it, like, this could actually be a really interesting one. I might actually want to change this. This could be a really interesting passive thing. because let's say when this item is held or worn, you have resistance to one of the following, right? You have resistance to one of the following, and that one thing that the one thing that you have resistance to is like the one thing that you have resistance to with that is like decided when you first imbue the item. And I think that's way more interesting. I think that's way more interesting. I think that'd be a lot more fun. It's a bit more of a stretch from the spell as written, but who cares? We're making a homebrew, or we're making a homebrew system here. Yeah, I think I want to do that. I think I want to do it that way. RNG, yeah, kind of. Let's see. When the item is held, worn, and when the item is held and worn, yeah, I want to do this. I want to do that. Resistance to one of the following chosen when first imbuing the item, and then we'll make it a list here. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, and thunder. We'll say, and then we can just change this to or thunder damage, and we can just get rid of for the spell's duration. Boom. You do that, and it's got only one thing. When you take damage of, we'll say, because then what we can do here is set this up. When you take damage of the imbued type, what we can say of the imbued type, you can use your reaction to gain immunity of that type of damage, including against the triggering damage. If you do so, the resistance, what we'll say is the resistant, like what I'm thinking is we'll do it so it's like you have the immunity until the end of the next turn, right? Or it's like you somehow balance it so that the immunity then lasts for a little while, but then the thing has to like recharge or it deactivates for a certain amount of time afterwards. So what we'll say is, if you do so, you have the immunity until I'm honestly, we can even save it until the end of your next turn, at which time all protection wears off, or we'll say 1 minute while the item recharges. So it's like you can kind of, if you choose to as a reaction, you can give yourself like a burst of extra protection with the item. But then it's like it has to regather magical energy or whatever. So yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. That's how I want to do it. So mechanics, how it's cast, we'll say is baseline is passive. We'll say baseline is always active, and then we'll say reaction is triggered when command word is spoken. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I think that's a much cooler rune. And that makes it much more interesting. Would be a much more fun thing to put onto an item. Yeah, range must be wearing or holding the item. When made out of glowing wind in a forest. No, there's a link blocker. If you want to share stuff, you should get connected with the Discord, and we can do stuff like that. But I feel like the fun of AI is that is that people could take it and plug it in themselves and see what they want to get. But yeah, I don't do links, and it's mostly because I have it set up so that spam bots can't link stuff, but it kind of blocks everyone's links. So yeah, range must be wearing or holding the item. duration, we'll say duration, always active. Boom, there we go. And then, so then we'll make this one a passive buff. Passive buff. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I really like that. Okay, so let's build just sort of a quick, rough and dirty example item here. I think so. Like this, I mean, it's real easy. We can just have this be kind of making up. So a level 6 spell. These tend to be pretty legendary items that are kind of known like as a unique item throughout the world. And so what we can do is kind of what I want to do here. Actually, let me think about this here. So like the fun thing with when we're at this level is to basically invent a champion and then like name the item after said champion. So we can do something like Frederick's, we'll say Frederick's, I don't know, warming breastplate or something like that. Because then what we can say is Frederick, oh jeez, I don't know, Sir Frederick Nobleman no, Nobelman. No, I don't know, jeez, give me a last name, give me a medieval sounding last name. Sir Frederick Gorfinger, Sir Frederick Grimmendorf. There it is. Sir Frederick Grimmendorf was a famed champion of one of the northern cities in ages long ago. He was known as a particularly accomplished hunter of ice dragons, as his magical breastplate was imbued with the ability to resist ice, the icy breath of these creatures. The item, the item was lost, and none now live who remember the item without first finding it in an old encyclopedia. I don't know, just kind of making stuff up. But the point is just to give myself an example item so that way I can kind of get an idea when I return to this, months or years from now. Looking at the item now, I have a general idea of what was going through my mind when I made it, and that just always is handy. Deal bonus damage, hit by fire damage since it's already toasty. I mean, I like the idea. I think as written, probably not. But that said, I allow players to put multiple enchantments on a single item, but there's always the chance that they will like interfere with each other in some way, shape, or form. So I do like the idea of that being like a side effect that would come up. It would also be a fun one to have that be like some sort of effect for a cursed version of it, which we'll get to. But I do kind of like items that will there's like a risk of a negative, even but you gotta balance it so that way they're willing to take the risk at any given time with it on, is always the trick. But okay, so we got the baseline item there, and that's good. Let's go ahead and come up with what happens here. So, like I say, there's a part. This is a single part of a larger enchantment system that I've created for my players, including it being sort of a crafting process where they can take that rune and themselves imbue it on an item. So it's not just so that's one thing where it differs from the Pathfinder system, where the Pathfinder system you're just kind of like, yeah, I want this rune on the thing, and there it is. It's like this has to be a crafting system. Like players have to devote some downtime or some time in the evening to try and get this this thing placed on it. You know, so it's like they have to earn the powers that these come with. So because of that, there is the chance when they're rolling to make progress on this, there's the chance for it to become sentient or cursed, which just makes it so much more fun because that just adds all kinds of chaos to the game, and I love that. I love that. And we're in cold place, not hot place. And since medieval using this curse modifier, or since you expect to get screwed up. Yeah, well, and the fun part of the fun part about cursed items is that players like I will do the roll to see if it's sentient or cursed, so players won't know right away. And so a cursed item, I like the idea of them not knowing that it's cursed until the first time they're impacted by it. Just again adds all kinds of chaos to games. Anyone who's not familiar, I love chaos in my games. I love when things get wild and crazy. The more chaos that's happening, the better. I love it. I love it. It does my heart good when there's all kinds of weird, wacky things happening. Hi, kitty. Are you wanting to come up? You want to come up and say hi to everyone? You're much more popular than me. Come here. What you doing? Are we just going to do the staring game? My cat's down here. I'm not insane. She's just staring at me. Hey. Come here. There you go. Come say hi to everyone. I know. Say hi to everyone. There she is. She wants the lap today. I know. I know. Hi, kitty. There we are. So you say hi. I know. You're a good girl. My cat, she has one eye. Very sweet. I know, kitty. I know, kitty. Are you gonna like lay down, or are we just gonna stand here awkwardly the whole time? Oh, don't. This is okay. So we have gone from, she used to be absolutely terrified of the mic and the boom arm. She used to absolutely hate it, and anytime I would even get close to activating it, she would run away. Like activating it, to like moving it, she would run away and be all kinds of like afraid of it. And now she's gotten so comfortable with it that she insists on rubbing all over it and giving you guys all the cat ASMR experience. There's no middle ground. There's no just like, oh yeah, this is fine, no big deal, and ignoring it. That's not how she operates. So I'm gonna slide this a little closer actually now that I have to sit further out because she wants to snuggle up on the lap. She has been feeling, I can tell she's been feeling a little neglected lately. Because usually, so part of my morning routine is I wake up, get a cup of coffee, sit down, and I'll play some video games for a little bit as a way to just sort of easily wake up until I have to go to the gym for my first workout of the day. And she always she wakes up with me, I give her her breakfast, and then she comes and snuggles up with me. But lately, the game I've been into has been Cities Skylines, and that one I play at my computer, so she has not had her same snuggle time, so she has been very needy, and I understand why. So she is going to probably be much more present today. Oh boy. Cat was in your heads all along. I know she was. I know she was. I know my place. I know I'm not the more popular one between the two of us. Name it Odin. Her name is Leela, because she's a Cyclops. So, not like a genetic one, but functionally. I know we're a very content kitty right now, aren't we? I don't think the mic picks it up, but she's purring quite happily right now. I know. Here. Say hi again. There we go. See, she's gonna be our editor for the day. She's gonna hang out here and she's gonna tell me all the things that I'm doing wrong. I wanna play City Skyline, right? That was kind of my thing. Someone reminded me of it like a week ago, and I was like, well, I guess that's gonna be the game I'm obsessed with for a couple months now. Like, I knew it was happening. As soon as they mentioned it, I was like, oh yeah, that is really satisfying to build this giant city and turn it into artwork. Alright, well. Storyline RPGs be damned. I know, kitty. I know, she wishes that I were back to playing Pokemon again or something, so that way we were sitting on the couch in the mornings. That's her favorite. Alright, anyway. Oh my gosh, Cat, you have so much hair. I keep the air conditioning on. Why are you shedding so much? Why you have all this hair? I know. Ridiculous. Alright, what the hell were we doing? Oh yeah, we were talking about if the item's sentient. So that's one of the possibilities that can happen when my players are crafting items is they can accidentally make it sentient. Just so fun. Just so fun. So now, just sort of the reminder of how it works, right? Some of you guys are familiar and probably like, God, don't explain it again. But for anyone who's not familiar, good, evil, lawful, chaotic doesn't have to do, like, it never impacts how the item behaves towards the user per se, right? That's so it's like an evil item isn't trying to hurt the user. All of them are the item, like when we're talking about sentience, basically sentience is the good modifier and cursed is the not good modifier. So the sentient item, like, it might have selfish desires, but it always recognizes that obtaining those desires, you know, reaching its personal goals, are best achieved through cooperation with the user. So it will always help the user. A good item tends to do something extra beneficial for the user, whereas an evil item will tend to do something extra dickish to a target or an enemy of some sort. Lawful items tend to be much more focused on doing exactly what their, you know, what the restrictions of the spell are. So it tries really hard to. So it tends to be a little bit less, a little bit more narrow in its focus, but a little bit more powerful at what it does. And then a chaotic one is just like super excitable and it wants to do like magic to and for as many people as possible. So it tends to have a wider range of impact, but that tends to dissipate the power a little bit. So I remembered Hades. So I have been told that I need to play Hades many times, and one of these days I actually will. I have yet to do it, but one of these days I'll get around to it. It'll happen. It'll happen. But yeah, so let's see. Oh my goodness, this cat. I apologize in advance for the amount of times I will look down at my lap and just like get distracted because this cat is just being the sweetest cat. She's all curled up. She's all curled up and I can feel her purring. I know, I'm talking about you. You're very sweet. Very sweet. It is my sort of current goal to get a second camera that can be ready to be focused on her every time she comes by, because she is wildly popular and I love her and she deserves much more camera time and screen time than she gets. So, at any rate, I apologize ahead of time. Guarantee, like, I'm assuming you're referring to Hades, but if you're referring to if I wasn't paying attention time wise and you're referring to the cat cam, I guarantee I'll enjoy that too. Concentration check. Yeah, I failed every time. Well, I guess it depends on what exactly that check is. Does the check mean can I stay concentrated and avoid being distracted by the cat? In which case I fail every time. Let's say it's both. Absolutely. But if concentration check is my ability to focus on the cat, as one will properly do when a cat is involved, then I will succeed every time. So depending on what that means, it's either a natural 1 or a natural 20 every time. There is no in between. It is all or nothing. Critical success or critical failure. I know. Hi, honey. No, this is just a soda can. It's fine. Don't worry. Not exactly a soda. It's a LaCroix. As one of my favorite, what is it, a TikTok or something? I don't remember. Remember, it was a TikTok or a YouTube video. LaCroix. 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 Classic stuff. I know, I'm being weird. Good kitty. Good kitty. What the hell? Okay, sentient item. Good lord. Remember when I was cruising along with this and looked like we were going to create a single item in less than a half hour, and now it's been 10 minutes and I haven't done anything with it? Cats are simultaneously the best and the worst. Alright. LaCroix. LaCroixes. Alright, anyway. LaCroix. X with a xylophone pronunciation. Alright, if it's a good sentient item, it wants to do something extra. So I think, okay, so here's what I think. If it's good, the item will be a student of its abilities. We'll say of its own abilities. So this is a thought. This is a really far branch from what I typically do with these, but this is what my immediate thought process was, and I really like this idea, so I'm gonna go for it. And even if it makes the item broken, I don't care. Because, like, one of the best parts about D&D, this is the thing that I always laugh when people talk about, like, a game being unbalanced or a power or a homebrew, anything being unbalanced. My favorite part about it is that it's, like, and why it never makes sense to me, is that D&D, like, everything is modifiable. So if I give my player something that's too powerful, then I'll just give them an enemy that's too powerful, and it will balance out. Like, you just double up their health and all that kind of stuff. So this might lean a bit towards more powerful, but I think it'll work out. I think it'll work out. If I haven't watched LaCroix Boy on YouTube, I love that name immediately. Immediately, I love the name. I don't know who this person is. I don't know what they do, but that is a wonderful title. LaCroix Boy. I love it. I'm into it. My favorite is, no, you know what my favorite is? My favorite is the guy who does the challenge, where he talks about being able to chug an entire sparkling water, and then immediately panics when he can't belch and then hits his head. Oh my god, that's like one of my favorite TikToks that has ever been made. It's so good. Rogan Empire, not indestructible. Oh yeah, that's a good point too. It's like something that can be like, it's kind of a fun concept too. You can do that as a modifier. It's like every time you use an item, like depending on how powerful the item is, you roll a D100, and there's like, if the more powerful the item is, the more powerful, the more likely the chance that it could break or something like that. That's always, you can always add all kinds of variabilities. The point of it comes into, if you can homebrew something that's broken, you can homebrew it so that it's no longer broken, right? I guess that's kind of what the ultimate upshot is of it. Like, and why I always think it's kind of weird when people are like, oh, this thing is broken. It's like, okay, so unbreak it. Like, this, literally, you can do whatever you want. As long as your players are into it, who cares, right? At any rate, the item will be a student of its own abilities. For the time and resource investment as imbuing the item at a higher level, additional, I'm gonna say one additional damage type can be added to the item's resistances. Right, so like the item will really want to protect you, and it's a student of its own stuff. So if you like take the time, so it's like you have to go through the process to imbue it as like a level 6 or whatever. But if you take the time to, like, a second time, like for the same resource and time investment as if you had done it at like a level 7, because I have rules set for based on like how much time has to be spent working on this thing based on the levels. So if you do it again, you can add a second one to it, which I think would be really cool, and I think that kind of fits the spirit of a good item. Let's see here. The iconic LaCroix themed music video, awesome. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Instead of instant destruction, yeah, I mean, wear and tear versus instant destruction, it depends on what you want to do and the effect you want to have. I think they're both perfectly legitimate. Yeah, I think both of them have the same effect. If it's like a small chance of instant destruction versus a larger chance of wear and tear, it can kind of have the same thing over time, same effect over time. Wear and tear, you can just like weaken it over time and stuff like that. But they're all legitimate things. It just depends on what you and your group of players want to have the effect be. There's no right or wrong answer, which is kind of true for the entirety of D&D. There's not really a right or wrong answer. I mean, there is if you try really hard. Obviously, there are things that are just like so stupidly wrong, or so obviously right. But like as like just a principle of homebrewing, there's not really a right or wrong answer. There's just the right answer or the wrong answer for your group and the specific scenario. So they're all perfectly legitimate options. Okay, so that's if it's good. Evil. The item is quite vengeful. When the immunity ability is activated by the user, any damage dealt. Let's see. I'm trying to think about how it works. So basically, the idea is like during that time when it's got that immunity, right? When a player uses their reaction to do the immunity thing, since it ends by the next turn, if an enemy does that damage type to it while the player is immune, it will absorb that energy, and then it will transfer like half of that damage to the user's next attack, right? So it's very vengeful. So it's like if it's resistant, if you make it immune to ice damage and you take like 15 ice damage, like you take that much damage but you're immune to it, then you deal 7 on your next attack or something like that. Magic the Gathering vibes. Well, I mean, it's the same. It lends itself to that very well because they're by the same makers. So much of D&D and Magic the Gathering have a lot of crossover. And if you're expanding D&D, it's only natural that a lot of it would follow the same Magic the Gathering concept to it. But yeah, I mean, I think that makes perfect sense that it would be. So when the immunity ability is activated by the user, any damage of the immune type done to the user is absorbed. Let's see, we'll say absorbed. Yeah, there we go. Oils and Shinies, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're having a good time. Let's see. Damage and immunity type done to the user is absorbed by the item. On the user's next attack, half of that damage is done if the attack is a hit. So it's like it'll absorb and then just explode it outwards, just like drool it out or whatever. I don't know. I still don't think that's worded excellently, but also it's my thing and I'll know what I mean, probably. And if not, I'll just fix it in the moment. These are kind of, the other thing about all of this too is all of these ideas are kind of meant to be a general idea or a general guideline, because one of the other key components about this, and this kind of relates to what I was saying about how players can add multiple things to it, but there may be some like weird interactions or side effects for doing it and stuff like that. All of these things are meant to be malleable. And the idea is, so, and this all stems from the idea, like the in lore idea for my world and my games is that magic is sort of like a form of energy, same as like light or sound, right? There's just like magical energy that exists in the world. Casting a spell is you using yourself as a conduit to fold and shape magic to have certain effects, right? And then imbuing an item is like turning an item into something that can, like turning an item into a conduit to do a specific thing. And so like the idea is spells are much more malleable when cast by a person, because kind of like if you're cooking, right? Like if you're cooking, you can change a recipe to have slightly different effects on the final outcome. Whereas like when you're enchanting something, right, you are then doing the cooking, so you can kind of change and mollify it a little, or modify it a little bit. Mollify is completely the wrong word. You can change and modify it a little bit as you're doing that, but then once that enchantment is done, then it's like it's a permanent thing. That's like, okay, that's the final dish, and that will always be sort of that same final dish there. So so that's kind of the concept behind it. Sorry, I need to manage one thing real quickly here. There we go. One other thing. Sorry. I as always, I have too many things that I'm trying to multitask at the same time. I just need to very quickly. There we go. Okay, back. I'm back. Sorry. But yeah, so like the idea is that these things, this is a basic idea, but if a player wants to try and do something slightly different, right, then my thought is always like, okay, explain to me how you want it to be different, and as long as it's balanced and within the spirit of the spell and everything like that, great. And kind of the same goes for personalities of a sentient item, right? If we change it a little bit, or if we need to modify it a little bit, we can kind of do that, right? This isn't meant to be a written in stone thing. It's more so a it's like the pirate code. It's more of a guideline. So at any rate, the upshot is I don't think that's worded perfectly, but I'm gonna leave it for the sake of moving on rather than obsessing over it for 2 hours, like I am prone to doing from time to time. Okay, so if it's lawful, again, it's like it's very focused. So it kind of reduces, it makes the use more narrow. But it can kind of increase the efficacy of it. So what I think I'm trying to think about how to do. So I feel like with the lawful and chaotic, when we're talking about like the focus versus power of it, I feel like there's got to be a way that we can kind of modify our like we can have those impact the reflex use to make yourself immune to the damage, is kind of my thought here. So I'm wondering if, so like for the lawful, what I'm thinking is let's see here, is very focused when the immunity effect is triggered by the user. Immunity lasts for 2 rounds once activated, but then the item is ineffective for, what did we say before? Was it a minute? Yeah, so ineffective for 2 minutes, right? So it's like, so it's more effective when you use it, but then it's more effective and more powerful, but it's much more focused on like those 2 rounds, and so then afterwards it has to recharge a little bit longer. It's kind of what my thought is. So it's really good at focusing, like, the attitude is it's very focused on making you immune for 2 rounds, which can definitely be a big benefit, especially when you think about, so it's inactive for 2 minutes, but 2 minutes is like, that ends up being like 20 rounds of combat, which is a long time. But the flip side of it is, how many combats last that long, right? Like it's not a big amount other than, nice big beefy boss battles. So that's a good one. I feel like that's a good one for like a sentient one, because I don't want the sentient ones to have too big of negative drawbacks to their extra abilities, because sentient, like I say, sentient is like the modifier of you rolled a D100 and got a natural 100, so you're going to get like something extra and good about the item. Extra and bad is where the cursed comes in. If you get a natural 1 on the item bonuses, luck roll involved. So I think that's good. And then chaotic, what my thought is we can say, for this one, I'm wondering, so now here, I'm almost wondering if the chaotic version, because again, that's kind of more like, it broadens its scope a little bit, but is a little less, like it broadens its scope, but is a little more dilute, a little less effective. It's almost, you can almost say the same thing. My thought, I guess what my thought is, here's what my thought is for this one. The item is, the item often wills itself to have protective abilities beyond its standard scope. We'll say when the reaction effect is triggered, the item instead makes the user resistant to all damage types for a round, rather than immune to one damage type. So it's like, rather than making you immune to anything, it'll make you resistant to everything, including just like, you know, or slashing damage or something like that, which is, you know, then you don't have your immunity, and then like you don't have your immunity, and then you're still without for a minute, but it makes you protected against any type of damage. So if there's only one creature that's throwing fireballs at you, and you have armor that's resistant to fire damage, you know, then it's like, oh, you're protected from everyone for a round. So it's like, it's still a pretty big deal. In fact, that could be even like that in many ways is probably more powerful, unless you're fighting enemies that are all doing the same type of damage to you. So I think that's good. I like that one. Version sounds kind of worse. I think it depends on exactly the use and exactly the effect, and it, like, I think it could be very handy to have 2 immune rounds, like I say, especially considering how short most combats are. I think it's worse if you're in a very long combat, but I think it's a lot better if you're in a very short combat. 2 immune rounds in a 4-round combat is pretty awesome, especially if you use it on the 2nd or 3rd round. So I think it just depends on how it's used. So if your combats last forever, then you probably would make the item differently, right? That's what I mean when I say like all of it is really dependent on what you and your players like and how your games go. And that's like the beauty of the system, is everything can be different, depending on what you are making and how you're running your games. Like, that's like the biggest grain of salt that everyone should take with everything I write. I am writing things for my games. So if you run your games differently than me, the stuff I write might not be, as it's written, good for you and your game, right? It's still great to share ideas, but yeah, so I think it just depends. If fights happen in places have train alteration. Yeah, I mean, again, I'll just keep saying it again and again, man. Like, I'm not like, you know, however you do your games, that's you know, build your homebrew stuff for your games, right? Like, someone else's homebrew stuff won't work in my games and the way I run them and all that kind of stuff. So it really just kind of depends. On how you structure your games, for sure. So okay, so that's if it's sentient. So now let's talk about if it's cursed, which is super fun. So when I do cursed items, like I said, I like to try and make it so that, like, the item still has some sort of extra benefit, but that benefit comes at a cost. And the idea is to try and balance the benefit and the cost, to try and balance those things so that people are still tempted to use the item despite the negative effect here. So what my thought is here, let me see here. Oh yeah, I appreciate the explanation. But yeah, I think, well, and like you'll see when I design my games, the way I design my games is there are lots of small combats. So in some ways it could end up having like similar effects, right? Like, I do lots of small combats, but they tend to be a bit more heavy hitting. And so it just depends on what you're doing. So it depends on what you're after and everything like that. Like I say, there is no right or wrong to play D&D. There's only the right and wrong way to do it for your group of players. Like, that's like the most wonderful part about it. So yeah, however you do it, you do you. And if what I do doesn't fit your game, then, like, you know, look at my stuff and be like, that's a neat idea, but it can fuck off because I won't use it in my game. Like, I do that so many times. Like, I'll read all kinds of articles about, like, oh, you should do this, that, or the other thing, this, that, or the other way. And sometimes I'm like, that's a great idea. And other times I'm like, that's a cool idea for a different game than mine. But for my game, it's horrible. You know, that's just how it goes. That's how it goes, and that's why we need more DMs too, because it leads to more diversity in the way games are played and run, and it makes the hobby that much better, for sure. Okay, so if it's cursed, so my thought is a cursed item will be able to change its immunity type. Is kind of what my thought is. As like the benefit. So it will, in a way, have all of them. But the problematic side effect that I'm interested in with this. Okay, so okay, I think I've got an idea. Let me write it out, and we can see kind of, once it's all written out, we can kind of see where we're thinking. Because a lot of times, even my own mind will change. Once I write something out, I'll be like, yep, nope, never mind. That's terrible. But so the extra powerful benefit. So for the better benefit is, the better fit, if you will, is the item is capable of altering its resistances during any combat. The item will give the user resistance to the first type of damage taken of the following types, and we're just going to copy and paste the list as written. So it's like the first damage that you take, like the first time you take damage of any of these types. So like if you enter a combat, if you enter a combat and the first damage of these types you take, like you take fire damage, that thing will then give you resistance to fire damage, and all that kind of stuff. The problematic side effect, the thing that I'm thinking is, however, once resistance is established, it will make the user weak to the other types of damage. Boom. So it's like, it will make you, so if the first type of damage you take is fire damage, great, you're resistant to fire damage. But then you're going to be weak to the other types of damage, which can be fine if you're going against someone who's like pretty much, you know, sticking to fire damage and stuff like that. So for many, many environmental situations, it'll probably be fine, because it's unlikely that you're going to be fighting a fire-breathing and an ice-breathing dragon at the same time, right? It's unlikely that you're going to encounter many of those, like a whole lot of crossover. You're going to have pretty like enemies, and enemies with pretty like powers within a single combat. But then that could put you at a big disadvantage when fighting against, you know, a particularly powerful mage or something like that. Hence why it's a cursed item rather than a beneficial item. And hence why it's fun that players won't know it's cursed when they first start using it, because they'll have finished creating it, and the idea is that they're just going to be assuming that it's great, the enchantment worked. The enchantment worked. That type after the resistance sounds, yeah, that's the other option. Yeah, we could have gone that route too, where it's like it makes you resistant to that type of damage for like a certain amount of time, but then, you know, after that time passes, then you're like weak to more of it. But I kind of like this. Where it's almost like the item sits dormant until some sort of damage is taken. And actually what I think I need to do here is, the item will reset this resistance 1 hour after combat ends, right? So it's like 1 hour after the last bit of damage is taken or something like that. That's when it'll reset and be able to change again. So I kind of like that. Capable of altering its resistances. First hit, each fourth turn, prevented. City hits, take 1d4 extra damage. for each trigger of that damage. It's not terrible. The one thing that makes me balk at that one is that's a lot of stuff to track. When you start talking about like every 4th turn, every this number of times it happens, it gets to be a lot to track. And I try to make sure that once it's activated within that combat, the effects stay static, because it's easier for people to remember and actually do the item, like do the item effects and stuff like that. Otherwise, it's real easy to forget them a lot of times. And for a cursed one, the last thing you want to do is forget. Like, you don't want to suddenly get to like the 9th round and realize you haven't done something on the 4th rounds of attack. So I don't dislike your idea in terms of like just the balancing and the effects, but in terms of trying to track it all, that ends up being a lot. Especially when I, like with my combats too, there tends to be so much chaotic random shit happening all the time. So like, you know, I like each effect to be just sort of like a singular effect. Like, okay, you know, this mark on the map means that there's difficult terrain. That guy is possessed and attacking his teammates, right? Simple things like that to remember, so that way it's not like each turn I have to spend an hour going like, okay, I got to go through my list of modifiers here. It's more so just like, okay, I know that area has this effect, I know that guy has this effect, and I know this guy has that effect, right? Things like that. So have that item dump all of the absorbed energy into the character the next morning. Yeah, so it just delays the damage that you take. I mean, that's I do kind of like that idea, just because it like makes it something that someone learns and be like, all right, well, I was resistant to fire damage that whole thing, but I took a lot of fire bolts, so tomorrow morning I'm gonna need someone ready with the aloe. Okay, like let's just be prepared for this. And so it's like, you know, they're just having breakfast, and all of a sudden, like, the guy starts screaming, you know, because, like, all of a sudden there's all this fire damage being done to him, and everyone's all like, ah, there it is. All right, hold on, I'll get the ice packs. And it just, like, becomes, like, a morning ritual. I kind of like that idea. That is amusing. That is amusing. I'm going to keep it as it is, though. I'm going to keep it as it is, because I'm the best there is, and my ideas are the best one. No, I'm going to leave it here, just because when I think about the way I structure campaigns and combats and things like that, I think that this is going to be a really good one. That's definitely going to be, because like I say, the situation that I always try to create with a cursed item is like, once someone figures out it's cursed, they're going to sit there, and like my hope is to get them to at least for a little while say like, yeah, but I think it might be worth it. But I think it might be worth it, right? It's like their idea. So this type of thing that like, if they're, because I make my campaigns tend to be pretty thematic based on the environment they're in. So the campaign that we're working on today, and that I'm running for my players, takes place in like a northern, you know, like a northern sort of icy, air elemental, cold setting. So if they have this item, and like the concept is like, yeah, this is going to be largely pretty great, because we'll largely just be experiencing creatures that if they do any sort of extra damage, it'll basically be cold damage more than likely. So they're pretty good with that, until they suddenly have to face a druid that can do fire damage, in which case they're like, oh no, we're in trouble, right? It's so it's like, I try to do it so it's like, it seems like a really good idea, and they're like in harmony with this cursed item, until that one fateful day when suddenly everything goes to hell in a handbasket, and then they're like, oh no. Like, that's why I try to do it. And so I think the way that I write my campaigns, I think the way I've got it right now is going to lend itself to that really well. But I do like the other ideas that you guys are coming up with. Those are good ideas. Those are good ideas. Okay, so what it takes to remove, advantage on being hit, but extra d4s. Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. That's easier to manage. Okay, so must be removed magically. That's the other thing about cursed items. You obviously can't just like, it can't be so easy that they're just like, oh, well, this is a cursed item, well, I'm just gonna take it off. No. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. So I try to do must be removed magically, or else, boom. Okay, so here's what my thought is. Item will curse the user if the if it is removed without magic, causing weakness to all of the damage types permanently. Permanently? Yeah, there it is. I'm not actually a good writer. Like, mechanically, I'm not. I have to try a lot to spell items or spell words properly sometimes. But okay, so it's like if you try to take it off, it's just going to sap the energy from you. And basically, it's going to put a permanent, like, magical curse on you. So then you'll have to, like, you'll either have to wear it and go get it magically removed, or if you take it off, then you'll have to go someplace and get yourself magically healed and, like, magically detached from this item. Based on D&D 5e? Yes. Yeah, so this is all of the runes that I make are based off of the 5e spellbook. It's basically a project to slowly turn the entire 5e spellbook into a rune system. So people can have all kinds of fun and variability in the stuff they make. Is what it is, and it's based off of 5e, with like the inspiration for making a rune system coming from the Pathfinder 2nd edition rune system that they have, just sort of beefing it up even more because why not? Insane downside, especially since sleeping in armor is fatigue the next day. Yeah, if you enchant some armor with it, then like it's a cursed item, baby. Like, yeah. Cursed items aren't supposed to be all fun hunky-dory, but like, oh, it gives me a sliver every now and then. No, man, this is a cursed item. Like I say, it's meant to be something where it's like it will do something really good that'll make someone think like, I don't know, that seems like I can deal with it, until all of a sudden they're like, oh no. And like, and you know, and so if you did it with armor, then you'd be like really in trouble. If you just did it with a glove or something like that, that's not a big deal, but that's all part of it, right? That's all part of the system, and that's what's meant to make it really fun. But yeah, and so then the other thing is, if the item is returned, the weaknesses disappear. Right, so it's like if you put it back on, so it's like you could almost think about trying to balance it where it's like they take it off and they know that at night they're like, okay, if I get hit by, you know, any of this stuff because I'm not wearing this, I'm in big trouble. So if when we get attacked in the middle of the night, someone else has to like handle this stuff, you know, and then in the morning they can put it back on. So it's like, you know, so it's like, again, it's the type of thing where someone might be like, oh, well, I can deal with that. I can deal with just like the weakness at night, until suddenly, you know, a group of mages, you know, that can do, or like a guy that like, there's like a mage that can do lightning damage and a guy with fire arrows attacks them. And suddenly they're like, oh no, I'm really screwed. Right. So it's like, it's the type of situation where someone might be able to be like, someone might be able to think like, oh yeah, I can work with this, until again, that one fateful day. So yeah, but that's kind of the fun of it. And the other thing about it too is like, if that ends up not being balanced, then you just like, again, you just unbreak it with homebrew. It's all a homebrew, so it's like you can do whatever you want. That's the other beauty of it all. So I like that. I think that's good. I think that's a really good cursed item. I think that's a really good version of the cursed item. We can always change it if for some reason that doesn't seem like it's gonna be a great option for a game, but I think that's a really good option. I really like this item in general, or this rune in general. I think this is a fun one, and I'm a big fan of it. So sweet. Yeah, I'm pleased with how this turned out. Wait, let's see, what time are we at? Oh yeah, we're doing really well on time today. Lots of time left. I'm going to, sometimes we do 2 enchantments, but since that finishes off all of the level 6 abjuration spells, I'm going to go ahead and say, let's move on and work on our campaign a little bit. But we're going to do that in like 1 minute, because I need to tinkle. So I'm going to go tinkle and refill my beverage, get something else to drink so that way I don't shred my throat too much because I got to go coach tonight, so I'm still going to have to like talk and yell at people and stuff. So I'm going to go do that stuff. It'll take like a minute tops. And then when I get back, we'll work on the campaign. So sit tight. I appreciate your patience, and I will be back very shortly. All right, nerds, let's get back to it. Also, if anyone was wondering, if anyone was sad that Kitty, she left my lap, obviously. If anyone was disappointed by that, I encourage you to look right there, because that's her on the chair in the background. That little kind of like white blob. It's hard to see, but so she's still present, ever watchful, staring, judging me. Ever wonder where my cat is? Just look in the background of where I am, because she's probably close by, judging me, and wondering why I'm such a dum-dum. Ah, boy. I don't know if I'd say she's got the high ground. I mean, maybe morally, but I'm taller than her, and I'm taller than that chair, so I think I still got the height advantage on her. But the good news is she and I are not in a duel of the fates, as it were, so. All right. Let's work on our campaign a little bit. I got to pull up a couple things here to be able to work on this. I don't remember what we worked on last time. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, we were doing a lot of map building last time. So we're going to find out. Actually, we can leave that open. We're going to find out how well it all saved. Because that was an issue last time. That was an issue. The thing crashed and I hadn't saved in a minute. And I was a sad boy. I was a sad boy when that happened. I guess we didn't really need Wonder Draft open. Or Dungeon Draft. We need Wonder Draft open. Wonder Draft can stay open. Let's actually close now, just so we're not confusing our RAM too much here. Let me open up. Now, let's start with our world map here. And then we can get more detailed as we need. Low adding. Boom! There we go. Okay, so this is my world. My world is Eoria. I love it dearly. It is my baby, my pride and joy that I've been working on for over a decade of my life at this point in time. Because I have too much time and not enough productive things to do. So here we are. But this is it. The quick and dirty rundown of it is it's a post-apocalyptic type of world. There was an event called the Unhinging, in which all of the different planes, Mortal Realm, the Feywild, the elemental planes, the philosophical planes, you know, Mount Celestia, the Nine Hells, all that kind of stuff. There's an event called the Unhinging in which all of them kind of got like jumbled around. Like if someone put all of them in a big jar and shook them all up, and it caused. Thank you, I appreciate that. I am pretty proud of this map. I like this map a lot. It served me well, and it reflects my image better than anything I would have thought I'd be able to create can do. So I'm quite pleased with it as an individual. It's, you know, a little narcissistic of me, but at any rate, that's the state of the world. It's this post-apocalyptic one where everything kind of got jumbled up, and it resulted in sort of, we're on our mortal plane here, but it resulted in a whole lot of like rips and tears popping up in the world. It opened up the avenue for a lot of horrible, dangerous creatures, as well as caused a lot of sort of magical radiation to change and mutate a lot of existing creatures within the mortal realm. Result of that being that the world became extremely dangerous to live in, and only a few cities really survived. A handful of cities that were particularly well fortified, combined with having good fortune to be far enough away from any of the large tears in reality that they managed to survive. The rest of the world, basically everyone either fled to one of those cities or, you know, died in some sort of attack by a horrible monster, or were killed or mutated beyond recognition by all of the magical energies and stuff flowing through the world. It was just a big mess. It was a big mess. And that was about 2,000 years ago. We're now in a state where sort of the world is starting to sort of calm down. Tears are starting to sort of naturally close. A lot of the monsters have sort of begun to die off or weaken, so that the world is now at a state where, like, the average peasant, you know, needs to stay within these fortified cities, otherwise they're in big trouble. But a trained adventurer, a trained brave adventurer, can mount an expedition out into the wilds, as it's known, to investigate, you know, hunt whatever needs to be done, and be able to make it back alive, is kind of the state. And so and having this setting opens up the avenue for the way I like to write my games, which incorporates a lot of exploring abandoned and forgotten places that are kind of, I mean, you know, in the D&D fashion, overrun by non-sentient, unintelligent creatures of some sort, be they humanoid or other. So that's kind of our generalized setting. The campaign that we are working on, we've been working on a campaign over here, but that's a campaign that I just write for fun, and it's not the one that I'm running. The one I'm running takes place over here. In this hex here, I almost call it a hector, a mix between a hex and a sector, and I actually kind of like that. So in this hector here is where it's taking place, spelled like the name. But yeah, so this is where it's taking place in the city of Rhodanos and what's called the Lost Lands. It's a little different there. Stealing it word for word. Go for it. Go for it. Just don't publish it. Don't publish it without giving me royalties. Yeah, go for it, man. That's why I like sharing this too. Like I say, it's good to share ideas. Sometimes we take ideas, and other times we don't. You know, it depends on what you want. And the other thing about it too is, if I said that I didn't shamelessly steal all kinds of things from other existing lores and properties and all that kind of stuff, I'm a damn dirty liar. We all do. Honestly, if you're making anything within the fantasy realm, within a modern day fantasy setting, in some way, shape, or form, you are stealing an idea from Tolkien, because like everything fantasy comes from Tolkien. Like, let's be real about it here. So yeah, go for it. I'm sorry, people can't escape. Yeah, exactly. Like, it sets itself up wonderfully for exploring long forgotten places and kind of giving excuses for why no one knows what's going on here, or why monsters are just like freely roaming about. Otherwise, it's like you're constantly saving a city or saving someone from these horrible monsters, is kind of what it is. So it's like, in this situation, I like this because there's that a bit more moral ambiguity, because it's like all of the worlds, you know, most of the world was previously existing to, you know, the intelligent humanoids, and it was lost, but then so much time has passed that, like, you know, it's like, was it ever theirs, right? Because it's like the last time, you know, and last time anyone owned it was like ancestors ago. So It's really interesting, and the other thing that I like about it is it sets up a good environment for a lot of really lonely expanses. Um, you have dangerous areas with lots of horrible monsters, and you're exploring these forgotten areas, but then it also gives the chance for there to just be like big stretches of lonely areas, which I really like. It's like the aesthetic of Shadow of the Colossus or something, right, where there's like this big expansive lonely world where there's not civilization for miles upon miles upon miles, and I think that's such a cool aesthetic that I like to be able to incorporate from time to time. So this guy's worth the risk of team wiping every fight. Sounds like it. Real happiness for having safe spots. Anything else be awful. Yeah. I mean, like, all settings kind of have pros and cons. The hard part with my setting is it kind of limits political intrigue, because there aren't lots of warring cities and different clans that are against each other. It's like there's the city that you come from, and everyone there works together to survive. And then you go out there. There's not a whole lot of opportunity for political type of intrigues. We can still add them a little bit. So that's like the limitation for mine. Like any sort of intrigue, that type of stuff is kind of much more local politics, two people having a property dispute or something like that, which is kind of small potatoes. But at any rate, the campaign that we're working on takes place up here. So as I described, the world is kind of starting to recover in general. But there is an exception, and that exception is up here in the Lost Lands, which has not recovered the same way as everything else. The people of Rhodanos are completely detached from everyone else. Everyone else, like, we see this trade route, right? And that's kind of like the main highway trade route that exists, right? And it's like the idea is that there would also be this route up here to Rhodanos. This was previously a pathway that existed between Bephomet and Rhodanos up here. But the fact is no one has seen or heard of anyone from Rhodanos, nor has Rhodanos seen or heard of anyone from anywhere else in like 2,000 years since the unhinging first happened. Rhodanos is under the impression that they are probably the last survivors because they have been holding out, but they're in a very dire situation where, because the world is not healing, the city is on its last legs. It's unable to produce food effectively for its people, but the world is too dangerous for them to easily go out and hunt and scavenge outside of their city walls. So the city is basically dying, and it's generally understood that unless something drastic changes, they are likely to die out within the next generation or two, and things are very dire for them. The rest of the world is recovering, and these other cities are doing fine, but no one has been able to make it to Rhodanos. Anytime there's a group that tries to leave Rhodanos, they either return far fewer in numbers and very injured and wounded and sad, or they don't return at all. And no one from outside has made it to Rhodanos, and from the other perspective, no one from Rhodanos has made it out. And it's the same thing. Anytime there was a rescue mission sent up into the Lost Lands up here, it was either like no one ever returned, or they returned but severely wounded and damaged and unwilling to continue the trek. So we have this kind of swath of land that's like basically where the climate starts to change, where it's not recovering. And so the campaign kind of touches on that a little bit, but actually the campaign we're writing isn't really meant to do that, because that problem is bigger than just this area. Basically the campaign amounts to our players trying to find a way to help the city survive, and going about trying to achieve that. And there are two sort of immediate threats. Well, there's one immediate threat that they're dealing with, and then as they go, they start to learn about a couple other threats within this immediate, Hector, this little Hector here, hex or section or sector. And so the really immediate issue is that there's a Gnoll army that is doing quite well. The Gnolls being much more scrappy and much more violent than the people, and having rather decent success at growing and expanding in this hospitable, or this inhospitable environment, right? So it's like there's this Gnoll army that's coming after the peeps here of Rhodanos. And then beyond that, there's an extended issue of there being these existing tears right between realms that are in many ways supplying it sort of indirectly it's going to be supplying the gnolls with power. But what it's doing is there's a faction of elementals that are amassing power that are kind of allying with the gnolls right now, unbeknownst to the players. That's something that they'll sort of start to understand as time goes on. That's kind of the rough and dirty outline of what's happening right now. But I'm in the very early stages of planning this because this is a new campaign that we started just a few weeks ago. And I'm lagging way behind on my usual planning stuff, so that's why we're doing this now rather than any of my other stuff. I think, let's see here, what do we need? This is the one that we need. Let's see here. Doom. All right, there we go. Let's see here. I'm up. Yeah, by all means, man. Glad to have you drop by. We're gonna be streaming for a little while longer today too. So if you stop back at any time, we'll be here. We'll be here working. Glad the idea is inspiring to you. That makes me feel good. Makes me feel like I accomplished something today. Got someone else to be creative and excited about their own ideas. So that's I'm a happy dude because of that. So that's here. So this is actually, no, this isn't the one that I wanted. Must be this one then. I still haven't learned all of these maps that we're working with by default here. There we go. Yeah, this is not the one that we were working on before though. We saved another copy. Hold on. I think we can still find this. I don't think it's all is lost. I think I just saved it elsewhere. Let's see here. Yeah, that's the one we were working on. Oh, well, I'm really glad about that. I'm really glad about that exact approach. I'm like I say, I'm glad to know. I'm glad, like, genuinely. I know I sound like a sarcastic asshole when I say most of the stuff that I say, but I'm genuinely really happy to know that, like, the stuff that I do and the stuff that I show to people encourages and inspires people to keep writing. Because I definitely know that, like, getting the inspiration, you know, and the motivation to keep working can be a challenge. So if I can provide that for people, that makes me feel pretty happy. So I'm glad about that. I'm glad to know that. I appreciate you sharing that with me. Cool stuff. Okay, so this is what we've kind of established. And I wanted to kind of create an environment here that... I wanted to kind of create a map here that's going to have a lot of, like, the places that our players will eventually visit. So we have our city of Rhodanos here. And so we have a couple ghost towns here that I don't exactly know what they're going to be used for, but, you know, like, those are going to be great resources to plant things for players to go visit and explore for some reason or another. So we've got those in place. We have a couple of our Gnoll outposts and stuff to facilitate any interactions they need to have with the Gnolls. We have a couple elemental homes, right? A couple places that the elementals have set themselves up in. So when we need them to interact with them, we've got that. We've got the source. We've got a couple planar tears. I almost want to make one more. I might plant a third one somewhere around here. But we'll think about that one before we commit. And then we also have our centaurs and the old temple up here. So one of the other races that's doing kind of okay up during all of this is the centaurs. And within my lore, it's because they're still a very, like, tribal type of civilization that is much more in tune with the world, right? They're just like, they haven't fallen for the wiles and the traps of industrialization, right? Like most of the races have. So they still kind of live up here, and so they're much more in tune and much more able to survive in this changing, dangerous world. Is the idea. And so I have this idea that they'll play an integral role in helping the players sort of understand more about these planar tears, which will be an integral part of dealing with the elementals and with the gnolls, right? So it all kind of weaves into each other. Even though they're kind of separate things, they all weave into each other, is the idea. And so these old temples here, the thought that I have is that players, part of the important thing that they'll be able to do to save their city is they need to close these tears, because these tears, the reason that their world is not healing around here is because there are, in part, there are some planar tears that are still existing that are causing a lot of damage still, and like they're a lot of the reason why, you know, hunting doesn't go well, why other creatures have more power, because they can get more numbers, like the elementals can get more numbers from this tear and everything like that. And so they'll need to do that. And the other idea that I have is that there might be some sort of larger being, like some sort of other thing even beyond the elementals at play, like some sort of god or goddess that for reasons that maybe, you know, some sort of deity or some sort of creature that for reasons that maybe are just not understandable by a mortal, wants to amass and sort of like keep power up here, that they'll have to deal with. And to a degree, I do actually have something like that. Okay, hold on. I'm going to just do a quick scan of who's... I don't usually spend time going through my user lists, you know, of people who are in chat and everything, because is one, distracting, and two, you know, it doesn't matter because everyone's welcome. But I did check really quickly because there's something that I'm going to work on a little bit here that I want to make sure that presently none of my players are here, and I don't see any of them. If I'm wrong or if my chat panel is incorrect, which it often is, another reason why you don't want to pay attention. Definitely not player in an alt account. I don't know if that reassures me or makes me more nervous. Sounds like, because that's exactly what a player would say. That's exactly what a player in an alt account would say. You know what? I'm gonna choose to trust you. We're gonna pick trust, and yeah, roll insight. I don't know. I think I've got a negative penalty on that one, so I might be in trouble regardless. No, I think we're in the clear. And if we're not, then just don't metagame and do me a favor and act surprised. if it comes to be. There is definitely one sort of deity working on things beyond the understanding of our players. So this setting, as I've sort of described it in this setting, the way I'm running this game for my players is a very dangerous one. And that's kind of the point. I want... Let me see here. All right, hold on. I got to just check this. So I got a little something from work here. Okay, that's not an emergency situation. So, okay. In fact, it's not a situation that really needs my attention at all. So, great. Yes. So there is a situation of a sort of creature not from this realm that is working on stuff in the background, and that's meant to facilitate. It's meant, like, I'm putting that there as a way to facilitate. Usually, the way I world build is I build the world based on just what the environment is, not on gameplay mechanics. So this is a little bit of a step away from how I usually approach things, because I consider myself a world builder before I consider myself a DM, actually. I just, world building is my hobby. D&D is just a way for me to share it. At any rate, in this situation, I am adding something to facilitate a mechanic, because this is a very dangerous environment, and I want it to be dangerous. But it also means that there's a very high chance that players will die. And though I'm not inherently averse to or afraid of player character death, if it happens too often or too early, that can obviously hamper the fun and the ability for players to really get attached to characters and really have character growth and development, right? So I want to make sure that if we're doing that, it's infrequent or there's an important function to it. And so I've kind of come up with this side story and a bit of a mechanic to facilitate making it basically easier for my players to die. And the idea is that I've kind of planted a deity of sorts. It's like a lowly deity that existed within the Hells, that during the unhinging was transposed into the mortal realm. And rather than desperately trying to return back, or just like being in despair, or going on a weird chaotic rampage or anything like that within the mortal realm, this individual decided to see it as an opportunity, and as a way to amass their own power and their own following within this mortal realm. And so they've quietly just been like hanging out in the background. And what they want to do is basically they want to build up their own sort of army of servants. And the way this deity, this sort of goddess, the way she's going to handle this is when players die, she will interfere and sort of intercept their souls, so to speak. And she'll offer a deal to the players and be like, and she'll say it very sweetly too. She'll sell it as her trying to help, right? Because like that's what she does. She exists in trickery and everything. And so she'll sell it as being like, hey, you know, you still have stuff. You can still do great things in life, and like your potential has not been met. I can help you. I have the power to return you to life so that you can finish what you need to do. You know, like she'll try and sell it as a very Gandalf situation, right? Where it's like, hey, you still have work to do. You can't die yet. You still have work to do. Is sort of what it's going to be. And she'll even give players a power boost, which is basically if a player dies, they'll immediately advance to the next level, right? So it can kind of be a way to facilitate giving them a jump so that they're less likely to die next time too. But the trick is like where this kind of comes into play and turns into like a side quest mission that might be a really important one for our players at some point in time, is that by doing that, she is basically able to claim a bit of their soul. And the idea is that she'll even do this multiple times for them, but every time she does that, she claims a little bit more of their soul, and it becomes a little bit harder for them to break free of her influence. And the way this manifests is that each time it happens, they basically become a little bit more undead, right? So it's like early on, it's just kind of like, oh yeah, they find that being in the cold environment is a little bit more comfortable for them, right? But they tend to be a little bit more sensitive to bright sunlight. Until eventually it gets to a point where it's like, yeah, they can't survive in direct sunlight. They're weak to holy damage, right? They're basically just like an undead creature is the idea as time goes on. Until eventually, if it happens enough times, I think I set the limit to if it happens 5 times, their soul is so bound to this goddess, well, not really a goddess, you know what I mean, to this deity, their soul is so bound to her that they cannot leave her presence, in which case she considers that a win, because all along she wanted an army of servants. So like that's like kind of what it is, and so she kind of claims you for her undead army when it happens enough. But the idea then is even that like if that happens, the person still exists, just, you know, with her in her sort of makeshift kingdom that she's building. So as like a side mission, the rest of the team could even try and mount a rescue or escape from this creature, right? And they can, and if they realize they want to break free, they want to bust free from her, then they can, you know, mount a side mission to track her down where she actually is within this area, and try and, you know, reclaim their souls for themselves or something. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like I say, it's kind of like they're bound to her existence, right? And so it's like she has influence over it. And it's also more like, the other thing about it too is, depending on what happens, like, or how far they are, like, they'll feel her voice stronger in their head, and she'll like like at first it'll just be like occasionally she'll be in a dream suggesting something, and they'll just be all like, huh, oh, I must be dreaming about it. But then as it goes on, like when it's at the final level, it'll basically be any important situation, she'll tell them what to do, and they will have to make like a strong save to resist what she wants them to do in many situations. Like, not like in combat, like, oh, you're going to do this attack, but more so like, you're going to go to the north and you're going to deal with the situation. Like, that's what you're going to do. You're not going to choose to do this other thing that's happening to the east. You're going, you know, you're going to the north, and that's what's happening, right? Like, she'll have that level of influence over them. I start controlling a hovering part of the character. Well, like, yeah, and like I say, it's more about the number of times they die, because every time they die, she intercepts their soul and says, like, you know, I'll return you to life. But because of that, just like she's claiming part of it when she does that, right? So she's almost like making Horcruxes out of you, right? Something along those lines. So it's not time, it's death. And so it's like, in theory, if players get better at combat and get stronger, then they can sort of resist, and like that opens up the avenue for them to save themselves by getting stronger. But if they're not handling things well, or they're dying a whole lot, then that's part of it. Because the other thing about it too is I do want there to be a situation where if things just go poorly, there can ultimately be a death. I just want to make sure that it doesn't happen immediately the first time, because at level 1, the game in general is survival horror. And so add to that I'm trying to make a very dangerous, a very dangerous and deadly scenario for them. Like, oh boy. So that's where we're at. So we have a lot of that stuff going on. And what I actually want to do is I kind of do want to add into this map the places where she can impact these people, like where she exists and how that impacts everyone. And so what I think I want to do, like, she's going to be kind of isolated, but not like super isolated. I kind of want it to be a almost like hide in plain sight type of situation. Not exactly like that. But like the idea that I have, the mechanics that I have for it is like she has her kind of like kingdom that she's establishing, and I kind of want that to exist in the ruins, like the ruins of another city that once survived in this area, right? And so like she's kind of using that as her own sort of necropolis situation, where she probably already has a small collection of like servants of people who have died, and she kind of was like, oh, I'd like them, and so she kind of like again intercepts and kind of plucks their soul from the standard flow of death and stuff like that. And so there's going to be another city that she does. But the other thought that I have that I think would make it really interesting is she has a couple different like shrines that she's established throughout this region that she can return the players to, right? Like, I guess my thought is that there are existing shrines and or graveyards that she can tap into, and that's where they revive from. So it kind of creates this like awkward situation where it's like, it's not like you just sort of like, oh, you're breathing again in your corpse. It's more so that suddenly like everyone saw you die, and then like in a moment, like there was like everyone saw you die, but then they like in some way, shape, or form they lose track of your body, right? And you are instead transposed into this other area that like you then have to wander back to everyone, and they have to be all like, you have to try and explain that to them, which I think would make it really interesting and add some real interesting intrigue based on how the player handles that. And so my thought is we can basically, what I'm thinking for her little city is either there's like a coastal town way up in here, or there's like this river that goes through there, and there's like another town that was by this river, or a small castle, and that's what she's claiming, and that's where she is. And then dotted throughout here, so like each of these towns, like each of these ghost towns has a graveyard, as well as like the crypts or the catacombs of Rhodanos here. And then like my thought is, up around in these areas in the forest, there's like a series of small towns. We can probably put her in a couple other ghost towns, maybe a ghost town up there. And then, like, if we put her there, we could put a ghost town there and a ghost town there. And each of them has a graveyard, and she can tap into that. And basically, they emerge from, like, a grave that has been selected by her as sort of the portal for her minions to come back to life as part of this process that she's developed, is the idea that I have. And so I kind of want to map out those. And the reason I'm thinking about this and focusing on this, and again, if any of my players are in chat, either be very good about not metagaming, or leave so you don't get spoilers. Fair warning. But the reason that I'm doing this is because they're about to face a very tough battle that may result in, it's very possible that one or more of them will die in this battle. And so this is the idea that I have. And then just to introduce the idea, I'll just wake up in a random cemetery, trying to remember what happened. I had thought about doing something like that, but I really want this to be so. And this is where me being a world builder first comes into play. If they don't die at all in this campaign, if they do manage to survive all of their combats and never die, they may never interact with us, and this may be something that just is happening in the background. And that's like, for me, where being a world builder first comes into play, because if I go through the trouble to make this mechanic and map it out and come up with all this stuff, even if they don't interact with it, I'm okay with that. Because ultimately, I'm writing this because I just love creating worlds. I love this world that I've made. I love fleshing it out and adding stuff to it. I've been working on this world for over a decade. I have not been a DM for that long. I've been a DM for the better part of a decade. But that's it. So for me, the reward of this is just that I love creating the world. I love creating the world. So if they don't interact with it, that's fine by me, because I'm already getting my fun by just writing it and coming up with it and knowing that this stuff exists and this stuff can happen. So if they do really well, then hey, you know, good for them. I'm proud of them. And, you know, the other thing is, what that also means is, in future games, if I decide I need to use that, even though I've planted it in this world, for the sake of writing and saving time and all that kind of stuff, if I need to use that mechanic, just pluck it out and plop it elsewhere where we need it. It doesn't have to be in this area. We can always reuse it in other games if we need to, and that's like the beauty of a lot of this stuff. So can't wait for the Netflix adaptation. God, I would be so lucky if any of my stuff ever became that well known and famous. I would if I could look in the future and I saw that, like if I could be sitting here right now, and someone showed me a picture of the future and that was going on in it, I might poop myself. That would be incredible. It'd be incredible. The good news is, like, I'm not like relying on that for my happiness. So like I'm still enjoying everything that I make, and it's perfect. I don't rely on that, but that would be really cool. All right, I'm gonna plop this little guy down right up here. And I'm gonna put her up there. I like the idea of her just existing to the north. So it's like they are gonna go right by it if they go to the centaurs and eventually have to go to this old temple. They might go right by it, and I like the idea even of them walking by, and like this is a big map. This is a large. There's a lot of stuff happening. This is a big scale here. So it's not like there's the one road and like, oh, they're gonna like pass through the city. No, if they are taking a beeline there, they might off in the distance see like the tallest castle spire, right? And the idea is that they'll, without going there directly and without knowing exactly what's going on, they'll just see that, and you can just describe like, yeah, there's a spire off in the distance, but you can tell that it's crumbled and worn, probably another ghost city, you know, and you can just describe it as, and just pass it off. And then if they're just like, no, I want to go explore that, then it's like, oh boy, here we go, they're gonna figure this one out. But you know, if they don't, then it's like, you know, it's up to them to try and do some research and figure all this stuff out, you know, like use context clues. That's the kind of the fun part of it, is like, and that's what I want to map this out, and I kind of want to flesh especially this area out a little bit, because I want to know, I want to be able to, in my own head, have a clear understanding of what this place looks like, so that way I can give them context clues. Like, on the walls there are tattered and faded coat of arms banners and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, as a baseline, they'll have no idea it's a ghost town, it's whatever, it's just some sort of old castle. But then if they're like, we need to research this, and then someone's like, wait a minute, there were banners, like, oh, maybe you should go research that, and then they can find out like what the Bannisters, like, you know, what family they used to belong to, and they can be like, oh, that's that one family, right? And they can kind of get their research, and they can puzzle it out and go figure it out. But for now, we're gonna put that there, and we're gonna label it. Let's see, of course we need to switch it to Bilbo, obviously, and we're gonna call this. So the ghost, or the spirit I'm going with is Hel. After the Norse mythology deity. I like to, as I said before, I steal much of my stuff, which is why I don't have problems with people stealing from me, because that's what we do as writers. We take inspiration, and sometimes we just downright steal it. So I'm stealing from Norse mythology and using the deity of Hel for this, because I think she's kind of an interesting. I think she fits the bill for what I'm looking for here perfectly. So we're gonna call this Hel's. I don't know, what's a good term for it? Hell's abode, Hell's stronghold. No, stronghold seems a little more intense. Hell's domain. Oh, I like that one. I like Hell's domain. Just go ahead and do that right there. We're calling this one the working map, and the idea also is that this is the final map, and then what I can do is for any future iterations that I want to give players, I can start with this one, delete a whole bunch of stuff, and fill in the empty spots there, right, of some things. Like, obviously, we'd take out the null outposts and all of these things, and then I can give them the blank version, you know, take out the planar tears and all that, take out this stuff, and just, like, leave some of these things, you know, take out the labels, and so we can, like, get rid of that one, but then we leave this one because the elementals are in, like, an abandoned city as well, and so you can just say, like, you know, you just leave it there on the map. It's like, yeah, that's some abandoned city. And so they can have a thought that, oh, maybe that'll be important. But, like, these ghost towns, I might not make all of them important and just have some of them have, like, side quest type stuff. So it's like, there's no promise that because it's on the map, it's important. And that, again, kind of is where the being a world builder comes into play. So I'm going to do that. And what I think I'm going to do... That's it. Well, first thing I got to do here is I got to go back to our symbols. Get our trees. I need to refill in some of these areas here. Looks like it's about the right size. Yep, there we go. There's the matching tree. I'm going to fill this in a little bit here. A little bit more. I want to make sure it's clear that, like, the forest continues on. But I think what I'll need to do is... Again, to sort of pass this off and have it not be obviously a really important thing, I think what I'm going to do is we're going to take our path tool and we're going to continue our path that goes through that ghost town up to there. So there is a path that exists, and in fact, what I should do to really make it, because, like, here's this pathway will be overgrown just like all of them, but I've already kind of committed to us being able to see the pathway through the forest, right, when one exists. So I need to commit to that. Otherwise, it's going to be a dead giveaway that there's something unique and interesting happening up there. I'm just going to try and two more trees just over here. Oh, not one of the tall ones. Okay, fine. Here's what we're going to do. Put the tall one right here. Because I don't want it, like, sprouting out of the water. That looks weird. But I want a second tree there. I really wanted, like, this tree. We do that. And then go back to our tree. Oh, now it gives me the small one. Fine. There we go. Okay. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It all worked out. Be slowly losing my sanity over a random symbol generator. Sometimes it is random things that really just, like, really get you Gordon drive you insane, though, isn't it? It's things that cannot be controlled that really lead to some intense insanity and some moments of intensely lost composure. Alright, so that's good. And now I want to... Let's see here. I want to delete, like... whole swath of stuff here. Lower here. Perfect. Oh, that's perfect right there. That space is going to be almost perfectly sized too. We're just going to make another small town. We're going to call it another ghost town. Let's grab... This will just be like a small forest town. Small town in the woods. Do that right there. That's label. Boom. Ghost town. Oh, that. There. Perfect. If we do that, and then let's go to our path tool here. So I do have to make a bit of a path. Because we've established that paths are an important indicator that something is supposed to be there, but also a good way to make something look normal and just like it's part of the world as opposed to being something unique. So we're just gonna go ahead and create. There'd be a path. Like I really imagine that there would be a path that would just follow the river, kinda. and go along. I'll go along in the same direction, just because that way it's like it's the concept of that being in my head anyway, that the river is a known route. Like, we know it exists, so if you get lost, just head west until you hit the river, and then you can follow it up to the town. Even though the path itself would probably be a little ways away from the river, so as to not cause issues with like flooding and all that. But that's also getting a little deeper into city planning than I intend to for all of this stuff. So, can have that one be a little bit overgrown here. Probably this. I like to try and find the same tree design, so that way I can compare and make sure I've got the right size. Oh yeah, see, here we go. This is the right one. I needed it smaller. This is supposed to be a smaller tree. See, that's why we do it. That's why we do the things we do. Do that right there. Fill in some spaces here. One right there. Put one right there. One more right there, and like one more right here. Kind of hides the pathway, but I think it leaves enough pathway present and obvious. I think actually, no, I do a little bit, so right on the path. There we go. That makes it present and obvious that there's a pathway that kind of goes through. All right, I think it's fine. Now I'm kind of hoping for some of those really tall trunk. Not gonna give me. There we go. Because then we can like put one right there, one right there. So it's like you can still kind of see that pathway, but now it looks a little less. Although I don't like that one there. Don't like that one there. Oh, come on, give me one with a tall trunk. A second ago you couldn't give me enough. A second ago you weren't giving me anything but the ones with the super long trunks. Now you won't give me a single one. I see where I stand. I see where I stand. There we go. So if we do that and like one right there, that'll kind of put that right there. Perfect. Okay, I think that looks good. I just want to make it so it's clear that like it goes all the way. Like the forest still kind of covers all this because we have so much stuff going on there that we leave it blank. I don't want it to look like there's a big swath of not forest. Like the forest still goes there. Just need to make sure we can see our titles and everything. I can probably put one or two right there to kind of. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I liked it better that way because that title I need that title to be visible. So, hey, Bluefy, how's it going? Good to see you here. Welcome. All right. Fill this in a little bit more. Go. Work meetings hurt. I know that pain very, very well, and I am sorry. I am sorry for your pain. But just stopped by, though. I appreciate you coming in. Glad you had a good time. All right. So perfect. And now I want to put one more of our little ghost towns right here. Go. Grab ourselves a nice little swath of stuff to get rid of there. Perfect. And let's put. I actually think I want it a little bit more because we can always fill more in. Let's get our symbols. Oh, we need another town. Ooh, we'll make it like a little bit bigger of a town right here. Oh, look at how perfectly nestled that is. That just went perfectly. Lovely. I love it. I love it when a plan comes together. Because I totally planned that and it wasn't a happy accident. I live my life. Everything is planned and on purpose. I never accidentally have things work out. It's always intentional. It's always exactly what I meant to have happen. I'm perfect. End of story. Oh boy. What an arrogant approach to life. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Tangent over. Let's get our path here, and then we can massage our tree placements a little bit here. As needed here. Right size. That is the right. Oops. Oh, I had the right size, and then I accidentally. There we go. I needed to scroll. So it's just gonna pathway, a short pathway that goes up there. Oh shoot. Gotta try that again. Like. Oop, there we go. Perfect. That's good. Got our label. Plant one right there. Post town. Go. A little bit right there. Okay, I think that looks just fine right there. Perfect. Now let's just edit some trees a little bit here. So back to our symbols. Woo! That tree was definitely too big. That which I think. Oh, well, maybe. Yeah, that's the same one. Good. So we got the right size here. That right there. Just a few other trees to fill things in here. One right there. Like that. Yeah, actually, the space really is kind of perfect. There we go. I think that looks good. I put one right there, but I kind of like that the river is peeking through a little bit. Maybe if I just shrink it down. Put that right there to fill in the space a little bit. Perfect. There we go. All right, and that looks good. So there, that gives us a couple extra ghost towns here. That way we have a nice wide dispersion of where, so like I say, the whole function of these ghost towns, the reason I'm adding them to go along with these ghost towns that are already there, is because we have Hell up in here, and she's going to up in here. Sorry, I can't stop myself. It's a problem. I recognize that. I don't. Anyway, so she's up here, and she is going to. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, distracted again. I don't like that it's the same tree. I want the trees to be a little bit different. That looks better. Okay, Hell is up here, and she'll be intercepting players when they die, so that way, like, a player death isn't an immediate death in this game because of how dangerous and deadly things are going to be. You know, that's the point. That's the intention. That's what we're going for. So I want to make sure I can facilitate that just fine. So she'll intercept them and send them back, but she does it by she does it by sending them back. Like, she doesn't just revive you and then, like, you wake up where you died. Like, you die, and then your body kind of gets misplaced, right? It's like one of those magical situations where no one sees you go anywhere, but suddenly your body's gone, and everyone's kind of just like has this situation of like, oh, someone else must have taken it, right? That's kind of the magical influence of it. And then the person is sent back, they're sent back to one of the multiple graveyards in the area where Hell has sort of established the ability to return you to life. Right, so it's like you're taken and teleported over here to discuss with Hell. You'll return to life, and then you'll return to any one of these. And the idea is that she'll return you to the closest one where the rest of your party is and where you are working, right? Just to add to the illusion that she's on your side, trying to help you succeed at what you're working on. Is the idea. So now we've got some good locations, right? They can be returned to Rhodanos, to any of these ghost towns. So they're always going to have an option that's kind of close, unless they're like all in the middle. Well, even if they're in the middle of that, then they're in that ghost town and they travel that way. Right, and like any of these travels would take a couple days, right? It'd be like a 2-day walk to go from this ghost town to the Knoll Outpost. But, you know, point is they have an ability to start off kind of near anywhere they need to be. I'm going to save because I'm remembering what happened last time when I wasn't saving. And then I lost all of the changes I made to the map, and I was sad. I was a sad boy when that happened. It was a disappointing event. But I think that's good. And I don't know that I actually want to add a whole lot more because this map is starting to look very full. In fact, I'm almost not a super big fan of the visuals of how full up here is looking. The only reason I'm okay with it is because many of these things on the player version of the map won't exist, right? So I'm going to save this one more time. And then what I want to do actually is now I want to work on editing this so it can be like, I want to edit this down to like the first version that our player's going to be able to see without a lot of this stuff added to it. You know what I mean? I think that's what I want to do. I think that's what I want to work on now. But we're going to work on that in just a second because I have to make pity whistles again. I work very hard to stay hydrated. And I know it often results in me going to the bathroom a lot on stream, but like right after streaming is when I go do like my afternoon workouts / coaching. And so I need to make sure I'm properly hydrated before that. And like, I don't like to hydrate in the sense of like, oh, I didn't drink a lot while I was streaming, so now I got to chug a whole bunch of water, because then it sloshes around in my stomach while I'm working out and everything. So it's easier to stay really hydrated throughout the day. So that way, like, I can cut off like the last hour of stream and then I'm not sloshed around in my stomach, but I'm still hydrated. So that's a long explanation that no one asked for. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk about why I need to go potty. So I'm going to do that real quick. I'll refresh my beverage, and then I'll be right back, and we'll continue to work on this map. So I appreciate your patience. I'll be back very shortly. All right, back at it. Thank you for your patience again. Both patience waiting for me to use the bathroom and patience in my overly long descriptions of having to go to the bathroom. I haven't talked about it in a while, but I still have the rough idea of making sure just to like avoid downtime during streams when I have to go to the bathroom. I have thought quite a little bit about this, but the idea I have is to eventually get a camera and set it up and have it be the potty cam. And so it'll be set up in the bathroom. So you can switch to it when I go to the bathroom. Don't worry, it's not going to be lewd. This is the wrong streaming service for that. Instead, what it'll be is it'll be at eye height. So that way, when I go to the bathroom, I can just make uncomfortable amounts of eye contact with each and every one of you. And you guys can just enjoy me going to the bathroom, at the same time. And I'll make sure to like occasionally wear hats and identifying things so that way we can prove that it is indeed me live. So that way everyone can participate, and it'll be a fun time for all of us. Group activity. Who doesn't love that? It's the perfect plan. I like it. Like and subscribe if you like it too. I don't know. I'm not affiliate. There's no subscription. That's what it'll be. It'll be a subscriber bonus. One of these days when I actually take things seriously and try to like get myself up to like affiliate or whatever, then that'll be one of the subscriber bonuses is is the potty cam. And we'll set it up so that only subscribers can do it. I'll start a Patreon. It'll be a Patreon bonus. You'll get the password that you can join me for potty cam instead of anything else. Perfect plan. Perfect plan. I love it. Whoa. Did not mean to do that. Why are we being all goofy with the sizes there? Let's see. Wait, can we? Wow, it's like really jumping up our sizes a little bit there, isn't it? All right. Well, we're just gonna delete that. We're gonna go ahead and grab a different one. Let's grab this one. There we go. That's more the size that I need. There we go. Great. You know what else I could do? There it is. Wait. There it is. There you go. You just gotta remember all the tools and resources available to you. Okay. Hold on. Save just to make sure. Okay. So we now have kind of the final, what I want the final version of this map to look like. Let me see here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, including Rodanos. That's 17 locations, which means we'd only need to repeat 3 of them to get the 20 chapters that I'm kind of planning for this campaign to be. I'm planning on having this be a long-form campaign. I try to always plan my campaigns when I'm writing them to go a certain amount of time. And this one, I want this to be a very grand one that goes 20 levels. Each chapter being, the process of characters getting from one level to the next. So 20 levels means we need 20 chapters. So that's a lot of stuff. It's going to be a big one. You can see why I need to get some writing done and everything to keep up with, making sure it's ready for our players. Yeah. Welcome, Catchy Cantrips. Thank you for stopping by. Glad to see you here. So, yeah, that's kind of I think that's good. I think that's a good number of places because we can have a couple of them. Like I said, we can kind of have them be a couple multi-visit locations for our players. They don't all need to be just a one-and-done situation as we're planning out our story beats. And the other thing that's fun about it, too, is we can have a few of them. We can have even more than 3 of them do that and have some of these be superfluous ones. Like a lot of these ghost towns might not have anything for our players. They're just here as a vessel for, the whole dying mechanic that we've worked on. Same with Hell's Domain up here. Having her little location be one that players aren't necessarily, like, they don't have to end up visiting at all, right? So it's like we'll iron all that stuff out as we go. For now, I want to, so we've got our, yeah. So we got our final version of it, and so from the final version, it'll be easy enough for us to make any of the other versions that we need. But now I want to make our starting version, the one that we can give our players at the beginning before they know about a lot of these places. So we're just gonna go place by place and determine whether or not they would exist, and to what extent, to what detail they would exist on this, on like a region map of old, right, from back when people were kind of going out and about. So we're just going to go ahead and delete all of this stuff and fill it in, and then we know that everything else can just kind of be an in-between version of that. So we're going to delete that. There would be no label about what that is. I know, so this one, there would definitely be no tear, and this one right here would probably be gone as well. Let's delete that. Go to our symbols. Grab our grabber tool. Get rid of that one, because then we need to go ahead and fill this in with trees, right? Because that would be just further stretch of forest. Boom, perfect. Oh man, that's all gonna be great. Okay, now before I screw it up, we need to save as. So I'm gonna save this one as 4 as our region. player, we'll kind of call this player map chapter 1. It may be relevant for more than just the first chapter, depending on where they go and what they get up to. But I know that this is ultimately going to be the one that's safe to give them as they're just starting out in chapter 1. So we'll go ahead and save that right there. We can go ahead and get rid of... See, now the thing is that I'm thinking, though, is I feel like in this one, this is also going to be like a ritual ground that the elementals will be... They'll have wanted to, like, hang out there, right? Like, they'll be there and they'll, like, be staying there. And this will have been a grounds that, like, there was a purpose to and a function. But they won't know that there's elementals there. And the other thing, too, is I'm just, like, as you can see, I'm keeping most of the labels out. And, like, the labels, as they become relevant, we'll add them for players or change them as need be. But we'll kind of fill that in a little bit. So it's like, they know that this would exist there. Suppose it would make sense for a lot of these to have... You know what? I don't want that there, actually. I don't want that there because then I'd have to put a pathway there, and I don't want there to be a pathway going to that one. So I want them to have to trek through the woods to find the elementals in that situation. So then let's grab this label here and get rid of that. And go to our symbols, and let's fill that in with some trees. Perfect. The ghost town would be there, but it would not be labeled as ghost town. If anything, it might be labeled as a different city name. But I'm going to just go ahead and go to label. Going to get rid of that label there. We'll take our trees. Sort of fill this in a little bit more here. I think that looks good right there. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm itching my nose. I've talked about this on stream before. My nose does this thing sometimes. My nose does this thing sometimes where it just itches. And I'm not talking like inside the nose I have allergies. I wish. Because then I could take a medication for it. No, it just... The outside of my nose itches. So that like just doing this on like the tip of my nose handles it. But it'll start to itch. It's like some weird psychosomatic thing that goes on with me. But it'll start to itch, and no matter how much I scratch at it, I'm like a dog that needs a cone. It doesn't go away. It doesn't go away, and it's like, and like it seems to happen a lot on stream, because what seems to exacerbate it, what seems to really trigger it, is talking, because it's like the vibrations of my own voice rattle around my own head, and that's what causes the tickling in my nose. And it doesn't happen every time I talk. It doesn't happen every time I stream, but when it starts happening, it will just go on. And that's why I'm scratching my nose like an insane person right now. I need to like the only way I found to like cure it is to force myself to deal with the itch and not scratch it. If I like, cause right now I'm excruciatingly uncomfortable. I really want to scratch my nose right now. But if I can like consciously make the effort to not do it, it might go away. But like that, or the other option is to just shut the hell up. But that doesn't really work when I'm on stream, does it? That'd be a very boring stream. Maybe people would prefer it. I don't know. I guess if that were true, they'd probably just like turn it off. Seems like the more logical solution. But yeah, that's what I need to do. Is I need to just like not itch, because oh man, my face is just so bad right now. It drives me insane. Sorry for the tangent here. Okay, we can get rid of. Oops. Nope. Undo that. Wanted to move. It didn't trigger the space there. Okay, so for these areas here, the centaurs and the old temples. The old temples are ancient, like ancient even within like the concept of this place that we have here, this world. Shoot, I just touched my nose. It's gonna restart it. Damn it. Right, because it's like there was the unhinging and all that type of stuff, and so a lot of these places are places that were in existence before the unhinging, and now afterwards they're there. So a map from the times of like just prior to the unhinging would still have them. These even way predate that, this old temple and that old temple. So they wouldn't even be on any maps. So I'm going to just flat out get rid of these guys. Get rid of both of them. And then the centaurs we're going to not put on there just because for two reasons. One, they're a little reclusive, and two, they're a little nomadic. So they avoid being found, and even if it is known where they are, they don't stay in one place for very long, because that's just who they are. So we'll fill that in. That's perfect. We are going to get rid of our label. I did it again. I touched my nose. Damn it. Ah. Oh my god. Ah, super uncomfortable. I need to like keep a bottle of aloe nearby. Maybe that would help. Ah. Drives me insane and it makes me look insane. It drives me insane, makes me look insane, which further drives me insane. Ah, vicious cycle. Vicious cycle, never ending. My life is hell. I might as well die. Alright, let's just fill this area in a little bit here. Kind of let that. There, see, that looks kind of lovely right there. Just tucked away up there. We can get rid of the ghost town label. Not be labeled as a ghost town on an old map from when it was not a ghost town. Even on a map from when it was a ghost town, like, not really. Like, you don't really just label something ghost town. You kind of give it the old name, and it's just known that it's a ghost town. Fill this in a little bit more. I want this ghost town to kind of run up directly into the woods here. That area. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that looks great right there. I like that. Alright, let's see here. The Knoll outposts are flat out not there. Same with the pathways. Same with the pathways. So we need to get rid of our symbols for our Knoll outposts here. We'll get rid of those. Let's get rid of the labels. Have that. Delete. 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 And then we can get rid of some of these pathways as well. So path grabber, delete that pathway. Because those are pathways directly connecting all of the Knoll things. So those would not be there. So we got that. Let's see here. Ghost Town, we can just get rid of this label here. As we discussed thoroughly. Probably wouldn't have labeled it that way. Let's go ahead and put just a couple more trees to help fill this area in a little bit more. It's like that. Perfect. Okay, this planar tear is just absolutely not there on any maps. It's a new thing that opened up post unhinging, so they would have never added that onto a map. Because anyone who knows exactly where it is probably dead. So they wouldn't have survived that planar terror opening up right there. Get rid of our, oops, no, get rid of our label here. Get rid of this label here. And then we can get rid of that label there. Hounds would still be present. So that's what our, oh shoot, I did it. I caved. I caved and I scratched it. Damn it. Oh, and I can already feel it getting worse again. Ooh, ooh, it's uncomfortable. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Ah. Oh, it itches so bad right now. My God. It does feel a little freeing though to admit exactly what it is. When I'm trying to like keep my composure and not admit that I'm having this weird insane person issue of my nose being really itchy, it's like that makes it even harder because it's all I can think about and I have no release. At least now I can complain about it openly. So I apologize for subjecting you to it, but also, oh, it itches. Oh my God, I probably need to see a doctor. There's probably something wrong with my brain. I don't think it's that there's anything wrong with my body. Like, this is such, even if there were, this is such an innocuous issue. I'm not going to go get it treated or anything. I think instead I'm just an insane person, and it shows when I start rambling about it. Ah! Okay, just resist. Resist! I'm going to put some trees. I do need to fill that in a little. There we go. Just like, do all that stuff just like that. There we go. That looks good. Okay. I think that looks good. That looks actually like a really... I actually really like this map here. I feel like this is a decent density. Just for a standard world that isn't like, you know, a video game style. All of the points of interest have been marked on your map, right? I think this looks really good, and I think it looks like a decent density of what the region would be, right? Everything kind of branches off of from this main road that's now called the Old Road. But everything kind of branches off of that and or emerges from Rhodanos, and Rhodanos would have been back in the day sort of the capital city of this area. you know, because it's like it's the one that survived because of how well it's fortified, and it would be that fortified because it's like the capital city. So I think this looks good. I like this. I like this quite a bit. The only thing that could make it better is if these symbols for our ghost towns were a little more like decrepit in appearance. If things were a little more like broken down and decrepit, then they would look a little more, you know, ghost towny, and that might be because like the one thing that I kind of worry about is like people are gonna like players might look at these things and think that I'm trying to present them like, oh, there's another city, who's there? No one's there, it's a ghost town. But that's also easy enough that I can just like explain it, and that'll be great. The only problem is then that also kind of flies in the face with these two things. I almost need to find like, I guess that one looks pretty intact, but for that one that's kind of a crumbly oops, nope, undo that, we don't need that tree there. It's kind of a crumbly castle, but not really. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. It just like kind of when you look at it, like it's not, I guess it's not really even crumbly at all. It's more so just like a big building with lots of bushes and stuff. So I think we're good. Why are you being weird? There we go. Thank you. So I think that's good. I think that's good. I'm into it. All right, and so now we can just press save because we can see we got our play map, chapter 1. It should be player map. But let me save. There we go. Sweet. Okay, I'm into that. I'm into that. And then we can open working map. Boom, there we go. So that's our like final map, right? And then, but then if we want to open, then we'll just go back to opening. Wait, hold on, let me rename it. Can I rename it? Yeah. Play your map, chapter 1. Now let's open that one. Boom, there it is. Oh, that's awesome. Just chef's kiss, divine. Oh, I'm happy with that. Really happy with that. I'm really excited about that. Oh, that looks excellent. That looks really excellent, and I'm very pleased with it. Very, very pleased with it. Okay. So, we've got that, and like the important thing that I wanted to make sure that we had mapped out, again, like I say, I wanted to get it done by the end of the day. Shoot, just itched my nose. It's going to restart. I was doing really well, too. It wasn't itching, and then I think I just reset it. I hate my own instincts and reflexes. Problematic. Anyway. Yeah, I wanted to map out the hell and all of her situation. Don't itch it, don't itch it. Oh, I almost just absentmindedly itched it. Ooh, I came so close. God, I really am such a crazy person right now. Golly. Oh, baby. Resist it. I need to resist it. Sorry, I'm like, it's a really strong itch right now. Nope, that didn't help. That just made it worse. Oh, man. Okay. Maybe if I keep talking and distract myself from it. That's the approach we're going to take right now. I wanted to map out this stuff so that way I can sort of flesh it out a little bit in my notebook because my players are about to deal with a boss battle, which means that they are about to be in a situation where this could really go bad really fast. Like, really fast for them. So I want to make sure I've got everything that I would need for that all mapped out. And it's not going to take much. I bet you we can... Oh, man, it's itching real bad right now. I bet we can get that one taken care of pretty quickly here. I need to put in... I think I need to put in a new page here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of my templates here. I think I'm going to take the mission template for this one. I don't use this one actually a whole lot because I mostly just use my dungeon template. We're going to take this. We're going to copy this one here. We're going to paste it in right here. So we're going to call this one Hell's Army. And we're going to do side quest for this one. Oh my gosh, my nose is just so bad right now. I am wildly uncomfortable at this moment in time. I apologize for my preoccupation. Center. Oh boy. I'm going to call this here. Intended player level. See, this is the thing that's fun about this one is it's going to be... I don't want this to be like, oh, they'll have to deal with this at level 12. Otherwise, it'll be too easy or too hard for them. The concept of this one is, it's not normally how I like to go about designing my games. I really do like to design them like ahead of time with sort of like a pre-planned route, not like in a railroady sense, but more so in a, like, you set up clues and they have to handle them one by one. You know, they have to handle them at least in a specific order. I'm like scratching other parts of my face to try and handle my nose. But you set things up so that the clues need to be like found and dealt with in a certain sequence, and that will kind of guide them in a direction. They can, like, sometimes I'll present a couple clues that they can choose like exactly what order they handle them in. So they might go to an area that they're a little under or a little over leveled for at any given time. But generally speaking, there's a specific set. Hi, Kitty. Are you coming back? Come on up. Come on. Come on. Well, you think about it. Okay. So I kind of have things go like that. And so normally I can sort of pre-plan out what the enemies are going to be like, what the dangers are going to be like, all that kind of stuff. But for this one, this is definitely going to be much more reactionary. Like, this will only be an issue if they die. And then if they decide, furthermore, they'll only, like, have to deal with her if they decide they want to deal with her over the course of the campaign and what they're doing, right? So because of that, we're not going to map out exactly what dangers are there. Instead, we're just going to map out the setting and the basic rules of how the situation works. So that way we've got the reference page for it. And then if they're like, actually, we want to go chase this lady down, this hell person, right? If they then decide they want to do that, and then I can start managing it for whatever level they are and just be like, oh, okay, so they're wanting to do this now. So let's go ahead and plan for this as they're like, and I can sort of start the planning process while they're doing their research about it all. So I'm not going to worry about doing too much. Are you just going to sit in front? Okay, Kitty is going to sit right in front of the monitor, which is just so super helpful and always makes me super happy when she decides to do that. Yeah. Yeah, it makes me a very happy guy. And when I say that, what I actually mean is it's really bothersome because she lays down, she'll sit there, and then she'll lay down so that, like, in some way, shape, or form, she's making contact with my mouse or the cord to my mouse. And then when I move it, she'll get very mad at me and possibly even swat at or try to bite my hand because it offends her that I'm, you know, disturbing her and her ability to lay down right in the pathway of my mouse. Perfect. I love it. And see, now that one, when I say I love it and I sound like a sarcastic asshole, it's because I am being one. I don't love it. It drives me insane. No, hi, Kitty. She's fussy now. She's pouting because she wants dinner, even though it's far too early for her dinner. She doesn't get fed until after stream, and we have like an hour and a half left of stream time, so she's pouting for no reason. Bye. There she goes. Okay, so a lot of stuff for this I've actually kind of already written out here. We can go, where did I write that down? Oh no, you know what? I think I wrote it down in here. Yeah, the undead rule variant. So here's where all the rule variants are. So I'm gonna actually just kind of copy this. Save myself some time. No need to reinvent the wheel and all that. But I can read this out for people. Hell was once a lesser goddess within the realm of Hades. I actually am going to change that. I'm going to say within... I'm going to just change this to just say Necropolis. That's where I want her to be from. She collected souls with the purpose of creating her own army of servants who would spend all of eternity administering to her needs. But then, when the unhinging came to pass, she was displaced and sent to the mortal realm, deep within the north. Now she seeks to build a new army of servants that will serve her here in these woods. When a soul with potential power is released from its body, she will often intercept the soul, offering it a choice. She speaks sweetly and offers the soul a chance to return to life in exchange for owing her a favor. In reality, she collects her favor immediately by exerting some of her will over the soul, binding it to her. If the soul dies again, the bond is deepened. She will allow this cycle until such time as the soul is so bound to her that it cannot leave her presence, at which point it is forever her servant. So that's what her MO is. That's what her deal is, and that's kind of what the history of this is. What we can also do here is, I'm going to add a little bit here and say, Hell has taken up residence in a northern city along the coast. Let me just see some of my own details. I never actually named this stretch of this body of water here, because I kind of like was focused on we have the Saltwind Coast and the Gloomy Coast because it goes there. I don't think I've ever actually taken the time to name this body of water. Honestly, I think they would just call that the North Sea, and this one would be the Southern Sea or something like that is what I feel like they would call it. Because this tends to be a descriptive world, right? The endless hills, the Thawcrest ice cliffs, right? So it's like there's some of them, but the Saltwind Coast is called that because strong winds will blow salted water off of the ocean onto the coast at pretty much all times, and so it's like resulted in there not being much vegetation here because the salt content kills everything. And the Gloomy Coast is called this because an eternal fog just kind of hangs over this entire part of the world. The things are very descriptive. I almost think they would call it the Northern Sea. Oh man, the nose started itching again. I almost ditched it. I almost did it. But like we can call these things. But what we'll just say is we'll just leave it at the sea. I don't really want to commit to anything right now, and that's probably exactly why I haven't named it yet. Because every time I go to do it, I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready to commit to that. Seems like an obvious oversight for a world I've worked on for like 10 plus years. But the other thing is I don't even know if I would bother labeling them, to be perfectly honest. Because I like the aesthetic that it is, and I don't want it to get too cluttered in appearance, you know what I mean? So, anyway, Hell has taken up residence in a northern city along the coast, along the sea coast. It is decrepit and falling apart, just the way she likes her homes. Within is already a small army of servants that she's collected, primarily soldiers from Rodanos, not Fodanos, dang it. Rodanos. I'm gonna change that to saying soldiers and scouts from Rodanos who were particularly skilled at fighting monsters and protecting the kingdom. Yeah. When a soul that she is interested in passes, she uses her magic to, I don't want to say this, to trap and bring the soul to her. Then I want to just add, I'm kind of cementing in how it works. When it is time for the soul to return to life, assuming it accepts her offer. And the thing is, like, she would have the power as a deity 100%, like, at least in my world, the way I write things, she would have the power to just force them to do it immediately. Like, to just, like, trap them without necessarily having to do anything, but she finds that the control is much more complete if it's gained bit by bit through the person willfully giving it to her, right? Which is why she offers the choice and lets people do it. And she'll, if someone refuses, she'll just let them go to the afterlife, because her thought is she doesn't need a servant who is habitually trying to rebel, right? Like, that does not do her any good. She wants a servant that, you know, wants to be with her, wants to be part of her network of minions and everything like that. So, you know, that's why she offers this deal and does it slowly, is the lore reason that I'm offering, which is a little just like, you know, fill in the blank. Oh, I need a reason. This makes as much sense as anything else. Let's go for it. You know, it's a little convenient, but it, you know, it serves the purpose and we need a reason. Like I say, this is a bit of a deviation from me because pretty typically speaking, I just world build rather than game mechanic my way to it. So if there wasn't a logical reason for her to be here as opposed to anywhere else necessarily, I might not have added her, but I needed something to facilitate letting my players not die. So here we are. So when it is time for the soul to return to life, assuming it accepts her offer, she will return it to one of the many graveyards or catacombs that exist within the area. Places with which she has a particularly strong affinity and oh shoot, I failed and I scratched my nose. But it's been a little while, so we might be okay. That might have returned to just like regular itching as opposed to me being an insane person itching. Time will tell. Okay. Perfect. I think that's great. So thematic elements. These might not all be necessary. Current boss is obviously just going to be hell. I'll use this a lot of times. If there's a more intrigue, less combat focused dungeon too. So there's like still going to be some enemies and stuff like that. So this one can still be relevant, but in general, I use my dungeon template more commonly because most important story beats will accompany a dungeon, so that way players have to like play their way through it as opposed to just being able to, you know, role play their way through it. Like, there's plenty of role play in my games, don't get me wrong, but it's like, you know, when they're really trying to accomplish something, there's going to be challenges, and pretty typically speaking, those challenges are better demonstrated a dungeon combat grid type of setup. So, at any rate, enemy type or theme. So what we're going to say is, if players are hostile, they will be facing many undead people who are her servants. Boom. So it's like, that's the type of enemy that's there. Treasure / reward types. This is going to be a fun one. I'm going to say hell maintains very little material wealth. She doesn't care about monetary values, only the value of souls under her control, right? Because like, to her, that's what power is having people that she controls. So that's what she wants. She doesn't care about, she doesn't go out just looking for frivolous jewelry or anything like that. Excuse me. She can just kind of magic herself into looking, and she figures like she's got magic, she can just make illusions around herself to make her look like beautiful and well adorned if that's what she wants. She doesn't care. She just does not put stake in that. Kind of her thing. So do that. Puzzle and trap themes. Any other atmospheric notes? I think we can leave those exactly as it is. I don't think we need to do a whole lot else there. Kitty, are you coming back? Why are you licking your lips? I didn't feed you anything. Were you eating plants? If you barf up plant leaves again, I'm gonna be cross with you. She does this thing where she eats plants. But I can tell she only does it because she knows it bothers me. Because she doesn't like sit there and eat until she's full. She sits there and eats a little bit, and if I notice and yell at her, she'll run away like towards her food bowl and everything, because that's what she wants. And after a certain amount of time, if I don't notice or pretend to not notice, she'll just leave. I know she's not doing it because she actually likes to eat it or for anything other than the fact that she's doing it to bother me. But she will eventually, as she does it like one leaf at a time throughout the day, eat enough that it'll make her barf. And then I gotta clean up her little vom spot. It drives me insane. I love her so much. But also, she's a butthole. That cat. I see you back there. I wonder, can you see her? Yeah, there she is. Look at her. Ah, oh my god, that's like perfect. Like, where's the cat? She's like staring at me in the corner. She's sitting on like the little coffee table, which puts her head just right there. Now she's pouting because she knows that I'm talking about her, but not feeding her, which is just the biggest affront that I can offer her, is to acknowledge her presence but not feed her when she's hungry. Boy, what a horrible cat owner I am. I'm a bad man. All right, let's see here. So thematic elements are good. I'm gonna leave these blank. These are kind of not part of what we're working on right now. It's information that'll be good, but that'll be once I design and turn this into a dungeon. For now, it's just a concept with a rule set here. So primary tasks here. Let's see. I need to do. I'm just gonna blank this out actually and just do a couple things. Those are like little reminders for myself on how to like write something that is a bit more, like a bit easier for me to use, because historically I've gotten pretty used to my system nowadays, but historically when I was first learning to do this, I had the tendency to write things in ways that were like not actually all that useful when I returned to them later. Kitty is back to us in person. You have a whole hour at least. You're gonna need to stop pouting, otherwise I'm gonna be very cross with you. You have a whole hour, you little turd. He's such a turd. He's such a turd. Look at her. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Look at her just sitting there. So, like, yes, she's looking at the camera now because I'm fiddling with it. But notice how she's sitting. Yes, right there, right there. Notice how she's sitting compared to where I am. She is sitting here as present as possible in my life, but not looking at me. She is pouting. She is downright pouting. She is such a little turd. She is flat out pouting. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's such a butthole. Okay, and there she's walking back and forth. You can see her tail. Like walking back and forth. Because what she's going to do now is she's going to walk back and forth and be like, you see me, and now I'm sitting over here and I'm mad at you. And that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do for like an hour. I know. The best part about it, though, is it's going to really irritate her. Because all I'll do is I'll absentmindedly like give her pets, and that'll really bother her because she doesn't want those, but she's also not going to say no. So she'll be like really stern and like refuse to respond to them. This is all way more cat psychology than anyone needs to know about my cat, but she is hilarious to me. And I also love how transparently like a 2-year-old her behavior is. Like, cats really are like that. They're really just like pouty, grumpy little 2-year-olds. Alright, so primary tasks. There's kind of 2 here that I think I'm going to iron out. I'm going to say the main task is essentially for the players to learn to accept and live with the changes that occur due to a deal with hell. And then what I want to do here is I'm going to do some more copy and paste here for our mechanics here. And I'll actually go over these mechanics too in case anyone is interested in utilizing this mechanic, because I know some people were saying that they thought it was a cool idea. And so I will absolutely share my sort of notes and processes here. Just Just making this so it's a nice even bulleted list here. Okay, so the way I've got this here, main task essentially for the players to learn to accept and live with the changes that occur due to a deal with hell. I'm just going to, for the sake of formatting here, do that. When players die, they awaken standing before hell. Hell offers her deal to the player. If the player accepts the offer, they will be brought back to life, one level ahead of where they died. They are deposited in one of 5 locations. I'm going to actually change this a little bit. I need to change this. And we can actually make this a bit simpler here. In one of the graveyards in either Rodanos or any of the nearby abandoned villages. Boom, there we go. Perfect. Shoot, I started itching my nose again. I didn't even notice I was doing it, but now it's gonna start being itchy again. I'm gonna have to resist scratching it. Shoot. I worked so hard and I had even made progress, and everything was going great until I ruined it for myself. I did it. I have no one else to blame but me. I mean, yeah, I can feel it. My nose itches now. I can feel it. I feel so stupid. Cat, I'm not in the mood for your pouting right now. Don't stand right in front of the monitor. Yeah, you get out of here. She's being such a brat right now. Such a brat. She knows exactly what she's doing, and she knows darn well that it's early. She knows darn well. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. I know, and I want to scratch you, and this is going to make you so mad. Because this isn't what you want. You're not going to say no to it because I'm giving you attention, and you know that you need my attention if you're going to get what you want, but it's not what you want. Alright, anyway. In one of the graveyards in either Rodanos or any of the nearby abandoned village. In addition to the level, there are some subsequent effects that the players will have to live with. So the first time it happens, first time they are moderately influenced by hell. They are resistant to cold environments. They are sensitive to direct sunlight. They will occasionally have dreams with hell in them, right? So these are basically just environmental things, not really a mechanical change. It's just they notice there's something changing about them, right? And it's like I'll just drop little tidbits about it. I'll be like, it's a sunny morning. So-and-so, you're particularly bothered by the brightness of the sun. And everyone will be like, whoa, were you hungover or something? And like that's kind of the extent. Second time the influence grows. They are resistant to cold damage. So now we start getting some actual effects. They're resistant to cold damage. They are weak to radiant damage. They dream of hell nearly every night, right? So it's like, okay, now like this influence is growing stronger. Third time the influence is strong. They are resistant to cold damage. They are weak to radiant damage. They are resistant to necrotic damage. And they have visions of hell frequently while awake. So she starts invading their thoughts while they're awake. Fourth time. Nope, that's not an important email. The fourth time, the influence is inescapable. They are immune to cold damage. They are weak to radiant damage. They are immune to necrotic damage. So it's like there's kind of some benefits to this, depending on what's happening. They cannot be healed by healing magic, right? So they're like, really, and that's including potions. It can really only be healed by a long rest. They are unable to sleep and frequently receive instructions from hell that they must save DC 15 Constitution saving to refuse. Right, so it's like they have to save. I set it to 15. I may even change that and modify it based on the player, what's being suggested and all that kind of stuff. That might even be a variable thing. And then the fifth time it happens, they are now Hell's true ward. They cannot leave Hell's presence without suffering inconsolable despair. Character is functionally dead unless the others seek out a rescue. So it's like, and that's just to say, like they can be rescued from Hell's influence. But at this point in time, because her influence is so strong, they cannot willfully leave. Like, it's just impossible. And so that's kind of the mechanic there. And I'm really, like, it's, like I say, it's not like I'm going to be heartbroken if they don't encounter this ever. Right? Because I like just doing the world building and stuff like that. But the flip side is, oh my gosh, would this make the story so cool. The story and the adventure would just be so cool if they were having to deal with this as they were going. Oh, I love it. I love it a lot. I think it's really good. These things I'm going to leave blank. I'm gonna leave the templates as they are. I think those are fine. This is really all I wanted to get down for it. I wanted to just have it like written down for sure what the situation was, you know, how it worked and all that kind of stuff. I am just gonna copy this because I did make those little edits just a little bit there. We're going to copy that so I can paste it here for the sake of consistency. We're going to do that right there. And then let's just put a little space there. Another unimportant email. Man, I'm getting a lot of unimportant emails. I mean, I'm glad they're unimportant because I don't have to do anything with them. But also, stop spamming my email box. It's just for those unaware, it's my work phone. Because, like, if a work thing comes, I'm kind of at a situation, like, with my job where I work from home, where basically, like, if something comes up, I will have to, like, drop stuff for the sake of going and taking care of it. But, like, as long as I'm caught up with my work, there's kind of nothing for me to do but wait until different things happen and, you know, come to be. That's just the nature of how my job is. So, like, I'm caught up, and I make sure I stay caught up, which is why I can stream like this. It's a beautiful situation. But that's why I keep having to pause and check emails, because if one comes in that it's all like, oh, shoot, this is actually a really important thing I need to take care of, I got to go do that. But if it comes up and it's just, like, not a big deal, then there we go. Actually, that does make me think that I got to check one thing. Okay, yep, we're good. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. So, okay, I think we got that figured out. I think we got that ironed out, and that's good. I wanted that ironed out. Again, the other reason I wanted that ironed out is because there's a good chance that it will become relevant soon, as my players are getting ready to head into a bit of a boss battle type of situation in the game right now. So, I think it's going to be good. So, I know we're good to go with Chapter 1. That's the one we're playing right now. We're good to go. Now we need to work on Chapter 2 a little bit, because I don't really have this one. Like, I have the thought. I know basically what they're going to be doing, but I don't have anything kind of mapped out like I need to have it. So we're going to work on that. I am just, like, it's not an emergency situation right now, but just so that way we can get one good final hour of work in uninterrupted. I'm going to run to the bathroom one more time real quick, cutting myself off from fluids at this point because I got to start getting ready to go do a workout, and I don't want to have to be in the middle of the workout too. But yeah, I'm going to do that so then we can get a good hour of work in here to close out the day. So sit tight. I'll be right back. I appreciate your patience. All right, I am back. Fun tip, pro tip for anyone out there interested in losing weight super fast. And keep in mind, I'm saying fast, not completely or necessarily even like super healthily. Sorry, I just noticed the camera was a little cocked there. Anyone who's interested in losing weight, pro tip coming from a guy who does kickboxing, which includes, you know, having to make weight and stuff like that. Pro tip: if you want to artificially lose a little bit of weight real fast, stay really hydrated throughout the day, and then towards the end of the day, cut yourself off. Because what'll happen is you'll stay really hydrated, which will trigger your kidneys into go mode, right? Like, we're talking lots of water. Like, we're talking about like a full tall glass of water every hour, right? That's like stay real hydrated, start early in the morning and stay real hydrated. And then when you get to the afternoon or the evening, cut yourself off. because your kidneys are going to be on high function, and they're going to just be like, yep, we're taking in all this fluid. We gotta have the fluid go. Gotta have the fluid go. So even for like an hour or two after you stop, hydrating yourself, you'll still have to go to the bathroom as if you are. And within that, like 1 or 2 hours after you stop drinking, you'll lose like a pound or two of water weight just from going to the bathroom. So if anyone wants to incompletely and quickly lose a pound for any reason, that's how you do it. Not like functional weight loss, and you'll gain it all back as soon as you drink a glass of water, but there you go. You're basically just doing a mini weight cut when you do that, because that's what so insight into how martial arts and stuff works. Like fighting, like we're talking like MMA, fighting, wrestling is the same way. When you need to make weight, like, and they're talking about doing water cuts. That's what they're doing. They will, for like a week leading up to it, just like engorge their body in water. We're talking like a couple gallons of water every day. And what that'll do is that'll really turn the kidneys on, as well as cleaning the system out of like excess stuff in your blood, like excess like salts and stuff like that. And so it'll like trigger your kidneys to go. And then like the last day or two before you have to weigh in, you like cut off and like only drink enough water just to like make sure that you don't keel over, is essentially what you do. Because your kidneys will keep on going, and your body will have gotten so used to like having so much water that like the water will kind of pull out excess like electrolytes and stuff. And it's why weight cutting can be dangerous. But you do that, so the last like day or two, your body is still flushing water because you've triggered like the hormones that are like, oh, we need to flush water because we're taking in so much. And so you'll just like pee out like an extra pound or two of water on top of just like sweating real hard to make yourself get rid of water. That's what a weight cut is. Like there's a certain amount of cut that you do by just losing weight for like 8 weeks prior to the competition. But then like the last couple days, just to get down there, you water cut. And the reason you do that is because then as soon as you weigh in, you like rehydrate yourself with a couple Pedialytes and a lot of water, and then you're like 10 pounds heavier, and you feel great, and you're 10 pounds heavier. So that way, instead of having to fight or wrestle at 145 pounds, you're at like 155 pounds. And that gives you a big advantage over, if like a 10 pounds is big enough to be another weight class, which is why people will try to like really quickly cut down and then be able to just plump back up and actually be able to do it. So there's some fun insight. So if you want a good way to damage your kidneys, do that for like 15 years. Doing it once or twice won't really do anything other than make you uncomfortable while you're doing it. But if you make a lifestyle out of it, like, fighters and professional wrestlers, like we're talking like Olympic wrestlers, not like WWF wrestlers, although they kind of dehydrate themselves too to make their muscles stand out. Point is, if you do it just a little bit, just for the experience or for the occasional competition at like an amateur level, not really a big deal. But if you do that for an entire career, that is hard on the kidneys. It's real hard on the kidneys. So, competitor beware. All right. Anyway, I'll stop babbling about random things that only I am even remotely interested in. I'm sure everyone else out there does not give a rip about weight cutting and all that. Or maybe you do. In which case, feel free to ask me more about it. Okay, I'm going to pull out the map that I've been working on for this chapter 2. So basically, what's happened in the story, just to open things up. Let me see here. We need I need to find. Should be in here. Sorry, I just need to think about where I've got it stored here. I know I have it stored. Thought I did. Maybe I don't. I know I worked on one, but I'm not seeing it. See something. Let's check and see if I can't find it. Because I was working on the map on my laptop, and I try to have it sync. I use my OneDrive, but if I forgot to have it sync from my laptop, it might not be here. But honestly, I actually wouldn't mind starting fresh, because I remember being a little frustrated with the way it was and how it was panning out. I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it. Okay, we're just gonna start fresh. It'll be fine, actually. So I need to make it. So basically, what's going on in our story so far? Just to like finish my my discussion here, like what I was bringing up. Basically, what we've got going on is our players. We entered the campaign with the players. So I mentioned way earlier on in the stream that the setting here is they're in this northern area, and the city that they're in is really losing a war that's being brought to them by gnolls in the region. There is a society of gnolls, and they want utter control, and they don't like the fact that there's competition with the people in Rhodanos. So the gnolls are and they're winning, right? The gnolls are doing better. They're better at surviving in this really harsh environment. One of my players had a brilliant recommendation because this is like a northern sort of snowy environment, and there are gnolls there. They had a very brilliant idea, which is to call them snolls, and they're basically gnolls, but their fur is patterned like snow leopards, and it's a beautiful idea, and I 100% am going with it. So the snolls are attacking them, and that's what we open up with. We open up with them sort of in the middle of an attack that the gnolls are like raiding the city, and they're kind of dealing with that. And then what's going to happen is like the initial raid was really just to soften people up, like soften the city up, and then the gnolls are going to retreat and just lay siege to the city, which doesn't do a whole lot because the city doesn't really need a whole lot from outside of the walls. They've learned to largely be able to provide and survive what's within the walls, except that now they're like, nowadays it's becoming more and more an issue that they can't produce enough food for everyone, even though the population's dwindling. The crops are not doing well. The livestock does not grow well or large. So there's like these big issues, and without even having the option to try and send some hunters out to get anything, the siege will eventually do exactly what they intend for it to do. So that's what chapter 2 is basically, the players then having to take part in breaking the siege. So I need to set up, let's go ahead and just go to new, 48 by 36, we'll do that. I've been making my maps a little bit larger. I used to do them smaller than this because the real life battle map that I have is a 2-foot by 3-foot poster frame that I had just like white paper on the inside of this poster frame that I made a grid on. And so that way you can just use like dry or wet erase markers and stuff on it to draw out your map on this whiteboard, but then it's got this checkerboard, right? Because it's like, it's one of them like cheap poster frames that has the like plexiglass or the plastic covering on it. So like that's and so, you know, I would do the 12 or the 24 by 36 because that's like 2 by 3 feet in inches, and it worked. And so that way anything I planned out on here could be easily transferred to there. But I started making it larger for 2 reasons. One, because it just like the dungeons were all feeling really cramped the way I designed them, and I wanted bigger spaces. And 2, we really only play online these days with me and my crew, and so it's like, why am I like planning for something that's just not how we play? We play online. That's the only way we're able to play every week, because otherwise it would be too much traveling and too much time spent having to prepare for things, for like hosting and stuff for everyone. So we just play online like we're playing a game online. I was like, that's dumb. I should just. But at any rate, that's what we're working on here. That's why we're making it a bit larger, and that's actually going to work really well. So let's first start off with our terrain brush. And let me think about what terrains I want. I do want our baseline to be dirt. I think that's good. So now instead of gravel, I want to set that to dry grass. We're going to go with rocky terrain. Hi, kitty. And then we'll leave the snow there. I think that's perfect. I know, kitty. Enjoy my cat's butt as she paces back and forth. You've got like an hour to wait still, honey. Maybe closer to 45 minutes, but you still have a whole long time to wait. So you better just find a way to distract yourself and be comfortable with that, because that's just the situation. All right, so the way I want to set up this map here, I have kind of an idea of how I want this map to go. We're gonna set Rocky here. We're you know, it's actually kind of funny that we were talking earlier about having battle maps with like different levels and different things going on like that. Because I have actually been trying to do that for my players at their request. Have more complex and more interesting battle maps and everything. And so this one is very much born of trying to accomplish that for them. I probably almost could have done like the grass is the main one and then filled in the dirt, but this is okay. I think I do like this layer, the way we've got it here. So it's going to be like a two-tiered system. I might need to choose a different type of rocks to make that more obvious. Because it's like, this is, so that we're setting up the siege castle, like the siege area just outside of the castle. In fact, I will probably edit this and make this more of a trench or like a moat system, and there's going to be the wall so you can see the city that goes around. So this will be just outside the city, and it's kind of a two-tiered system. It's like, it's kind of more of like a hill, but there's going to be some sharp rocky stuff to like deliberately set this as more elevated than that. Is sort of the goal that I'm after here with it. So I'm just gonna try and set up an interesting thing. I'm gonna change this. Let's set that to limestone. Only problem is that just, this is the problem with the terrains. Like, I can't get the edges to be particularly like rocky and craggy in appearance, you know what I mean? So it just kind of looks like it looks like exactly what it is. I wonder if I can just like, kind of like, it kind of jags it up a little bit there. Look a bit more jagged. The other thing that I might be able to do, oh, I have it. Yeah, like if we do this, it's kind of making it look a bit more jagged. That kind of helps. Do the same down. Just do not bump my mouse while I'm working. Ooh, she is getting pouty. She is getting pouty and bratty. She is now actively, and she knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly that she's interfering with me working on stuff. She knows darn well, ooh, cat, you are pushing it. It is pushing it. If we zoom in, maybe this will make it a bit easier to see. So this is like, the good news about this is you can see when you zoom in, it looks a little less weird and awkward, and so we can kind of do stuff like this. We'll kind of scrape this up a little bit here and make it look a little more like rocks and stuff, because we can do that. And some of the other things that I think we can do here is if we go cobblestone tile, not quite, what's this, it was tile. Yeah, we can kind of do this and like, but see, that like makes it look so walled. Cliff tile. Maybe this will do what I need. I don't remember this one being. Yeah, see, that's the problem here. Let's get rid of all of that if I can. Yeah, see, this is where I do wish that I could only have like one side of it or something like that, because I don't want this to look like a pedestal, right? I actually, what I want is I want the down low to have the cliff look about it. What if we do, I don't know if I can just like paint it in. Oh, is it gonna crash though? It's gonna crash it. I think it just crashed it. I think I might be crashing it. Uh-oh. Oh, nope, it's not crashing it. It's just like that's... Okay, yeah, alright, undo. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. It's very close to being what I want it to be, but that's just not quite right. It's too bad. Because, yeah, what I just want is I want, like, the bottom to kind of look like that, because like if we could just have one thing going there, then we could just make it more sheer than the way I've got it right there. There might actually, although you know what, there might be another way for me to do that. Hold on. Yeah, because we've got our cliff tiles here. Hold on a second. Let me try something here. Undo, undo, undo that. Let's go to our terrain brush, and let's just like re-dirt and grassify all of this stuff here. Clear up all of this limestone. We clear that out. Let's grab just some dry grass just to kind of again make this look a bit more natural. There we go. Because we'll do that, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna like, you know, just because it's a northern setting, like this is, we're kind of, I'm kind of going for that either early winter or yeah, like late fall, or like late fall or early spring type of setup here, right, where you can see kind of like patches of snow around, but it's not like fully there. So if we just kind of like splotch it, and maybe actually if we just kind of, actually it wouldn't be, it'd almost be the opposite of the way there. It'd be more like it'd be heavy down here, because it's going to be one of the main parts of the camp there. If we do that, and now let's go to our path tool, grab this cliff here, and let's see what we can do with this. Yeah, so we can kind of set up our path here. Okay, yeah, I know how I want to do this. This is gonna work out just fine. Let's do that. Oh shoot, you know what? No, I need to undo that a little bit though. Because God, I need to make sure I have pathways that kind of be where, because there's a couple grassy slopes. This isn't actually that steep, that high of a cliff. If we do that, now let's go to our terrain brush, grab our limestone, make it a little bit smaller here. If we just kind of paint along here, that'll kind of blend it a little bit there. Kind of set that there. That right, just like that. And then just for the sake of, yeah, we can just kind of like scraggle this all up a little bit, so that way it's a little less of like a weirdly smooth thing. These are all my tips and tricks for trying to make maps look okay for players, you know what I mean? So like, and while like the mechanics of all of these things that I'm doing right now are obviously going to be designed for, you know, this Wonder Draft or Dungeon Draft program that I like to use, the basic principles, I kind of notice these because I get many compliments from my players on how the maps look. So if you're trying to look for a way that's easy enough to kind of spruce up your maps, you know, take a few notes. Not because I'm the best in the world, but actually because I'm just an amateur who's not very good at this. So you know that like I'm not doing anything too exceptionally amazing and challenging here. I'm doing stuff that even just like, you know, your everyman can do. You know, if you're just a scrub trying to figure it all out, then there you go, because that's all I am. So you know, there you go. Pro tips, Enviro tips right there. I do want to kind of get that going. There we go. Perfect. There. That looks good right there. So we've got these. I want this demarcation for a couple reasons. One, I want players to be able to have like some top-down shooting options, because there's going to be null camps and stuff set up down there. As well as there's going to be one thing that I need to place here. So now we're going to go to our object tool. So this is, so like me bouncing around here now, you're seeing the benefits of being familiar with your tools here. Let's do a hole here because I want to grab this thing. And we're going to plop that right there, because there's like a cave. Oh my gosh, that just fits so perfectly. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna toot my own horn a little bit here, but I kind of nailed that placement right there. You know, beep beep. I guess not really. Okay, I take it back. There's just a little bit that's off because of that part there. Hold on. Scale it down a little bit. Oh, you know what else we can do? We can unsnap at this point in time. That way we can rotate just a little bit more. I think actually if we set it up just like right there. There it is. Okay, now I can toot my own horn and say I nailed it. Yeah, that's perfect. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up a map here. Oops. I'm trying to set up a map here that's going to have a few different routes, like a few different approaches for players, so they can kind of try to strategize. And that actually reminds me, there's one other thing. I need to go to my terrain brush again. I'm going to go with our dirt terrain here. And I'm going to make it big. We're going to come across here. There's going to be some dirt all along here. Let me grab my snow terrain so we can just like climb that up a little bit there. I do want there to be snow that goes like all around the cliff, right? Because the idea here is that obviously the cliff will add a little bit of shadow to stuff, which will keep the snow there a little bit longer. Same with like kind of over here. Just kind of do that. Perfect. And just for the sake of having things even out, maybe we'll do... No, I don't like it. I don't like that. There we go. Yeah, and those areas can't stay empty because we're gonna put stuff there. 10 out of 10. That's right. Perfection. No notes. No notes. Everything is perfect. Never change a thing. If only I could make myself believe that, because I'm going to be, I guarantee I will be obsessing over this map for many hours after I'm done making it, thinking like, oh, did I do that right? Oh, did I remember everything right? I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And I will never actually be satisfied. What will happen is eventually the session will come where I need to use the map, and I will have no more opportunities to edit it. So it will be what it is. Is pretty much always how it goes down here. With me and my maps. And you know what? That's fine. It works. It works. Yeah, I'm almost never satisfied with my own creations. I want to just like... That's going to help me break it up a little bit more. We do that, yeah. This whole yard is meant to just be like a real big mess out front here. This is a pretty big area too, on purpose. So, okay, so we got that. Now I need to, let's go to a wall tool. Actually, you know what? Let me just check here. What else do they have here? They've got wooden fence pathways. Yeah, they do. They have flagstones, metal rail, rock wall. That's close. This is castle wall. Stone wall. I think this is going to be what I want here. Oh, that's so small. Can I scale that up, actually? Can you make this... I make that width bigger. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, we don't need it quite that big. Let's try maybe setting it to 3. I don't like that it's not 3 even. We're going to make it an even 3. Yeah, that's about the size that I want. Because what we're going to set up here... So that's like the front door for our castle here. And then I need to... Let's go to... probably our object tool. Let me think. Let's do door. So one thing I will say, I'm a big fan of Dungeon Draft in general. I really like how it works. I really like that it is designed to play nice with my virtual tabletop setup that we use. I use Foundry or Forge, depending on if you're using it. Like Forge is the online version of it. Kind of, it's like it's an online server hosted. But okay, point is I use the Foundry system. And I love Dungeon Draft because it's designed to play nice with that. So when you put in a wall with doors or windows, it will impact line of sight, right? It has everything already on the proper grid and scales easily when you install, right? It's a wonderful tool. I like it. The search function in Dungeon Draft is complete garbage. So I searched for door, and we did get doors, But we also got everything that has even part of the word door, which is to say, the letter R exists in carpet, and exists in rug, and exists in broken glass. In fact, broken glass is way up there because it has both an R and an O, like the word door does. So just be aware if you're using this. The search function will get you what you want, but it will also get you a million things that you are not interested in. So just like, you know, be ready to have to deal with that. So these are all going to be like fallen doors. I was hoping for something that would appear a bit more upright, but I think what I'm going to do, you know what, actually might be even better. Hold on a second. Let me go back here. Let me go to terrain brush, and let's do, or all right, let's do our pathway. And what I'm going to do is we'll do all options. Let's grab, I guess we'll grab, it says it's stairs, but I think this will do. Oops, no, let's make it a little bit smaller. Let's make these 2. I'm kind of hot wiring things right now to make this look like I want it to look, because I'm trying to create the grand, like, drawbridge in and out of the city, because one of the possible routes for this is for the players to choose to just, like, you know, go for it. Oh, that's still too big. That's still too big. So, and I had thought about putting a door as if, like, that's going to be the grand door entrance. You know, to this. Wow, it's not like scaling this at all. I guess that's what the problem is. For some reason, this one doesn't scale. What about this one? Okay, I think the tool is just glitching out on me. Yeah, that's what it is. The glitch, the system is glitching out on me. Let's go ahead and go over here, and then let's go back to our path tool. That it is helpful. That, yeah, okay, good. It's helpful to know that oops, dang it, I'm struggling here. I'm not losing my mind. Not for that reason, anyway. Yeah, let's do this one. That's actually a good size. All right, and we'll set this right here. Boom, we'll just do that. So that's kind of meant to be the drawbridge, and I feel like that's... Actually, you know what? I think I do need to make it a little bit wider. Try setting that up to a 2 then, double the width. Yeah, I think that's good. 10 feet across is probably pretty good, right? Oops. Because that's like a handful of people shoulder to shoulder. So if we set that right up there, the idea is that's going to be the drawbridge. Oh, you know what? There's one other thing I want to do about this. We're going to put that under, so that way it goes under and emerges from the wall. And so if we do that, oops, I always do that. There it is. It took a few tries, but I got there. Because one of the ways that players can approach this is to just like go out the front door and go to an all-out attack. Obviously, the drawbridge is going to be up, but for the sake of the map, I'm putting it down. Just so that way it's kind of clear where the entrance is supposed to be. I could even, if I wanted to, put in just like a few. Let me actually, you know what? Check this out. Just to add a little bit to it. Do the roof tool. Do some thatched roof cottages here. Look at that. We can do a couple like buildings there. Right, to like make it look a bit more like the city here. We can go to check this. Oh man, check this out. Hold on. Now we're in it. Now we've opened Pandora's box, and now I'm like really going for the details. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say my maps are never done, because I'm always thinking of cool things that I can do. Let's go to our path tool here. Look at this. We can like dirt path this one, and it's set to under. Oops. Undo. That one's gonna be far too narrow for us. Oh, what we can do though is we can cobblestone pathway this one. Do I want to, though? I don't know that they would probably bother having cobblestones. I'm imagining this as being more of like a yard out in a field type of situation. So I don't think there would be cobblestones. I think we do got to stick to our... oh, that's why, because it's a wagon trail. It's not actually helpful. Shadow, flat. But we could just like turn the blood brown. What I was going to try and do is like just do like a slightly different color of dirt and do a dirt path there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. A fallen palm. It's an interesting thing to set as a path, but okay. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. We're gonna let that one go. I'm gonna let that one go, because it does not seem to be meeting what I want it to do. Planked fencing though, maybe we could use that to our advantage. Nope. I see how it is. We're going to glitch out again. Let's go back there and back there. Yeah, we can just like set up some fencing there, right? Some fencing there. Right, just to kind of, oh, I don't like that. Never mind. Never mind, I don't like that. I think honestly, actually just doing these is fine. I think adding just those little bit of roofs there, like the thatched roof buildings there, I think that adds just enough so that it doesn't look like some weird, just like empty void. Looks like that's the place that players leave from. I think that's great. So, there's basically 3 approaches that I'm providing for players. And this will be as part of the in-game notes for them. They can either go straight out the front, right? They can go out one of the other side ones. And actually what I need to do is I need to grab... Let's go to our object tool now. And scatter tool. And let's go to tree here. Let's grab... I don't want these pine trees. There we go, because now we can sort of do the scatter tool and kind of place those around there, and we can take a couple different of the pine trees because there's a forest, like there's woods up there, and so the idea is that players can actually, no, I need to undo those 2 things because I need to set these as well to under, and we need to like slowly decrease our size trees because the biggest trees would obviously stand taller than anything else. So we'll do that. Our next size tree here is kind of scatter, and we can add a few more if we need, but I'm okay with there being some patches. Open. But yeah, see, look, there we go. So there's kind of our forest there. So the idea is they have a couple approaches. They could leave through the front door. They go through one of the back doors and kind of sneak through some of the woods and stuff that like runs up to it, and they can go out and try to surprise the gnolls from behind through the woods. Or this crevice, the reason I wanted to put that hole there is because there's a small crevice in the cliff wall with a hidden entry to a tunnel. And that was originally designed way back in the day when Rhodanos was first born. It was originally designed exactly to be, what the heck is, oh, it's a snow tree. Oh, it's a snow tree. Oh, I didn't know that. That was included. I downloaded some like different things. I didn't know they had those. Oh man. There we go. Yes. Oh, this is really cool. Sorry. I will continue description in a second. There's snowy trees, guys. Ah, that's cool. Hold on, I'm gonna put just like one of them kind of over so they can stand out a little more. Oh, that's cool. Sorry. I'm sorry. I got a little excited and distracted. Oh, that's so cool. Boom. Boom. Thank you, Combo. Yeah, I'm pleased with how this map is turning out so far. I'm pleased with it. Oh, there we go. That looks cool. Oh, I wish they had snowy pine trees. That's the only way it could be better. Wow. Sorry, I not too long ago downloaded some asset packs. I finally started playing around with finding and downloading some asset packs for this. Another reason why Dungeon Draft is awesome. And I haven't actually done much playing around with them. So... So you know what I'm going to do actually, just to like really sell the illusion that they're like intermingled. We're going to set a couple of these there. Hi, kitty. I know, you're getting hungry. You have 25 minutes until we're done streaming. Yeah, there's still a little bit more time. We're going to have to wait. Don't give me that pout look. Don't do that. You know I feed you. Oh, see, here's the thing. Here's what I'll say. You just haven't succeeded at it yet. Like... Everyone can come up with this. The trick is to just start making things. Because when I first started making battle maps, I guarantee you they never ended up being this interesting. And even once I started coming up with ideas this good, I was never able to execute. I've been using Dungeon Draft for well over a year at this point in time. And I've gotten used to, like, I've gotten to know the tools and practiced it. So, like, live the lines of Jake in Adventure Time, and remember that sucking at something is the first step to being kind of okay at something. You absolutely can be this creative. Yeah, you just have to practice. That's the part that sucks, is you have to accept that you are going to suck at it for a little while. But if you keep practicing, eventually you'll be there. That's actually, so, okay, a side note, because my brain is starting to switch over for when I have to go coach not too long from now. When I first started kickboxing, I was garbage at it. Everyone is garbage at it. If you were to look at not video games, just video of the first punch that I ever threw, it would be so embarrassing. And nowadays I coach, right? I've been working at it 10 years, so it takes time, but you can get there. Come on with characters, maybe some story ideas, not physical representation. So, like, here's the thing. Here's what I'll say. In a lot of ways, I feel the same way about myself, that, like, creating physical manifestations of things is not my strong suit. Namely, if you ever try to see me draw, I'll be garbage at it. But again, practice if you want to be good at something. So here's another moniker that this is something that I've come up with. I will take credit for this. This is something that I've come up with, and I tell people all the time. And it gives people some solace, and a lot of people have sort of found it to be a useful thing to think about when I tell it to them. Think about things this way. Having talent will make you good at something. Having dedication will make you great at something. And then having both is what makes you the best in the world. So you may never be, if you don't naturally have artistic talent, you might never be the best in the world. That's fine. You know, those are the cards you dealt. Sometimes you just got to accept that and work out, you know, and live with that. For me with kickboxing, I love it. I'm not naturally talented at it, so I will never be one of the best kickboxers in the world. That's just how it is. It's something that I have had to accept in my life and have accepted in my life, and I'm okay with it, right? Same with drawing. But the thing is just you know, think about the second part of that. If you're dedicated, if it's something that you want to learn, if you stay dedicated and keep working on it, you can totally be great at it. You can totally be great at making these things. You just have to start trying and recognizing that a lot of the stuff that you make at first is going to look like garbage. That's okay. Try it, make something, throw it away. You know, if you don't like it, just like throw it away. But then try again, and you just have to keep trying, and eventually you'll be pretty great at it, right? Like, there are some people who are naturally talented, but if they don't try, they will hit a plateau very quickly, which is why it's important to keep trying. But you could totally do that. Should make that a quote command? I should make wise Enviro quotes bot that just like drops in and says wise things in chat from time to time. I like that because not only will I occasionally have good nuggets, but I also like the fact that it assumes I'm arrogant enough for it to have more than just like two. Like, I'm arrogant enough to think that I have helpful enough quotes more than just like two that it repeats again and again. There's a certain narcissism that comes with that idea. But no, seriously, just look, the upshot is don't quit before you've given it a proper chance to learn. You know, like, it takes a lot of work to get good at something. It really does. And it can be super frustrating spending that time when you wish that you were good. Because, like, in your mind, you can probably think about exactly what you want some of these things to look like. So I totally get that. But I also totally believe that you could be absolutely wonderful at making maps if that's something you wanted to do. Now, the flip side of that is, if you're not very good at it and you don't care to be good at it, then yeah, don't waste your time. Just don't do it. But if you do want to be good at it, you absolutely can be. Just gotta make yourself sit down, and like I say, you just gotta make yourself sit down and suck at it for a while, and eventually you'll be not quite so suck at it. It was some 24. I think you mean 42, my friend. The answer to everything. But I don't know. There's my soapbox. There's the soapbox. Take it or leave it. I'm not a cop, you know, or I'm not the boss of you. I can't make you do anything. Just saying. I think you could totally be good at making maps if that's what you wanted to accomplish. I am going to just plant down Kitty. Enough. Stop being such a turd. She's pacing back and forth in front of the screen right now. Like, thanks for all the fish. Absolutely. What a solid musical number that was in the movie. I'm gonna just like plant down a couple trees out here. There wouldn't be a whole lot of trees out here. The forest kind of ends. It's not like anyone's fostering the trees out here, but it just feels a little too empty over there. It makes battle maps a bit more interesting if there's some trees that people can kind of like duck behind and everything. Want to read the books? I remember when that movie first came out. I was like in middle school or high school, right? So I was like right at the level where I could like handle that book. And so the movie came out, it was a huge sensation, and I was like, oh wow, I didn't know that was off of a book. I should go try to read those books. And I went to the library, and there was a wait list like 40 people long because everyone wanted to read the books after that movie came out. So I have yet to read the books because I got myself put on it and I'm still waiting. No, it was really funny. I remember that. Oh boy. First proper LGBT. Yeah, why not? I mean, regardless of who they are, if you want to tell me about a character, go for it. It does not matter who they are at all in the slightest. All right, let's see here. I think that's actually good though. I don't want to overwhelm this area with trees because we're going to overwhelm this area with other knoll encampment things. I have, you know what? Actually, I backed up my chair and the cat immediately jumped off the desk thinking that I was getting up to feed her. It's not all about you, Leela. It's often about you, but it's not always all about you. Right now, it's not. So this is all just also the other thing about it too. Just as, you know, another bit of awareness about the process for this. Like, this is coming out and this is looking kind of like a nice map. The map started off like this. This is me just drawing random circles and crap. Just think about how I wanted it to kind of map out and be there. So, yeah, you know, it takes work to make maps. And sometimes they just look crappy for a little while. As a mate for life. Aarakocra. There you go. I like it. It's interesting. That's really interesting. Very free love type of Aarakocra. Bird Bard Matchmaker. There you go. Why's it got to be Bard though? Playing right into the stereotypes, I'll tell you what. Let's see here. I want to finish this map. I got 15 minutes. I want to finish this map before the end of stream today. So I'm going to try and like fixate here and get this going here. We need catapult. I probably just misspelled catapult wrong. And let's go ahead and I didn't misspell it wrong. I misspelled it right actually. That's why it was misspelled. I did that just right. Yeah, if we go to weapon, here we go. We can have I'm going to have some oh, that's why, because they call it a mangonel, because it's like technically what it is. Only they had trebuchets. Shame. All right, let's see here. I want to I know there's a way to rotate these things. Oh, it's because it's glitching out again. That's why. Oh, I know why. It's because I was on the scatter tool still rather than the placement tool. That's a big part of it. All right, let's try it this way. Let's go to weapon here. Go to bad boy here. There we go. There's our stuff there. Yeah, so this is going to be... So let's see here. We've got some catapults lined up here. Right, so like we're setting up a siege. So we need to make sure we've got like our siege weapons all set up there. And there's some siege weapons over here too. There's a couple sort of siege encampments that they had going on there. That's good. We have... Let's see, now I need to go for a tent here. This one we can do. So there's going to be one big one. That's like the knoll captain. Set it up there. Maybe a few of his lackeys are set up around his campground as well. We've got that. Let's see here. Now we can... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Now, I am going to go back to the scatter tool. We need our scale to be 1 and 1. Perfect. Go to... yeah, use. Here we go. So tents. So we're just gonna like. There's another collection of knoll tents around here. Oops. The thing about the scatter tool is if you hold it down, it will like place them a certain degree of like spaced out. But if you want them closer together, you can have the scatter tool on, and it'll randomize the orientations of them. But you can still you can click them to place them as close together as you want, which is I think a really cool thing. So it's like if you want the random, if you want the more spaced out look, you can go for it. So let's see here. So that's good. So we've got a couple null encampments here. I don't know why these ones are looking so much bigger though. Hold on. I want them to all be the same size, and I actually liked them being a bit smaller like that. Actually, wait, no, I don't. No, I don't. These ones are just too small. Hold on. Yeah, that's why, because these are actually set smaller. We need that just one, for the placements there. That explains it. So let's go ahead and do placement. Get lazy about it and place them over top rather than replace them. And then to use, let's go to our tent here, but let's go with under. Oh shoot, no. Okay, I have to delete this one. And then let's grab object tool here. I will finish before before the end of the stream. I will finish this map. I mostly just need to place all these tents. There we go. We'll put the leader's tent right there, and it's kind of like under the trees. Bada bing, bada boom. Perfect. So we've got those ones all up there. Okay, we need to do 2 more sets of tents and everything. Let's go to our scatter tool again for our tents. I'm gonna do a set of tents kind of up over here. And a set of tents are all kind of over here. Setting up all the places where our players may interact with people. The idea is so that like they can try and have some different areas to like, you know, work with finding different things, and all that kind of stuff. And then let's see, I want to go to cage here because I am going to, one of the things that they're going to encounter are some kidnapped and trapped people from the city that are kind of all just in a bunch of cages locked up over there. So that's going to be like a side mission for them to be able to deal with that. Let's go to bench here. I do want to place just a few, like, actually, you know what? Gonna be like benches, but they're gonna be like big logs here. Because there's gonna be kind of like a common area set up around here where like they've kind of set things up to interact here. I'm sorry, I see I'm falling. Sorry, I'm falling. I know I'm falling behind in chat, but I want, like I say, I wanted to try and finish this map today. I wanted to largely be done with this because, like I say, we're getting to a point. Like my players are in the boss battle of come on now. They're in the boss battle of the first chapter, and this is the second chapter we're working on. So I'm in a little bit of crunch time in terms of prepping. So they've got a nice big bonfire going. Why is this being? Oh my gosh, this thing is just spazzing out on me. I don't understand what's happening here. Why is it doing this? I don't understand why it's doing what it's doing. I'm gonna be perfectly honest here. Fire. I don't understand what this is. I think I've triggered a command of some sort. And it's spazzing out. What if we just like change tools here? We try doing that. I don't know what's happening. Let's hold on. Save as. Here's what we're gonna do. I am still going to finish this. Null. I just need to name this siege map. Actually, we'll change that to battle map. There we go. Let's save it. And now here we go. Watch this. What we'll do is we'll actually hold on. There we go. Okay, so we've saved that. Open it. Let me reopen it. I gotta go fast. I gotta finish this. I wanna do this. Okay. Stranger Things D&D joke. Yes. Tell it to me. As long as it's like super punny. That's what I want. Okay, wait. Open. Null Siege battle map. There we go. Okay, there we go. Object tool. Fire. Boom. Let's scale this up here. Nice and big light, because they're gonna have a nice big Boom, there we go. Okay, so they got their nice big campfire going. In fact, I feel like also what we can do is we can scale these down and have them smaller, because they would have like a handful of smaller fires in and among their tents where they're just kind of relaxing and everything. So I'm going to set up a couple of those just for the sake of the atmosphere, make it interesting. That right there. You guys will have a couple. That, and then this guy will have his own fire. They go into there. Okay, I think. Yes. I think that does it. I think those are all my sections, because we have the tents, leaders, tents, catapults. Those are all of those are the 5 upper sections. And then we've got, and then we got the tents, common area, prisons, and then the cave with the tunnel, as well as the area down here are going to be the stuff. Though there's one more thing I want to do really quickly. We're going to go back to our terrain brush here. Go back to some dirt, and we're just going to make this dirt a little bit more by the wall, like almost like they would keep a trench going there. Okay, that's better. I like that. Okay, all right. The joke. Would you name a heavy metal bard? It's also a sentient grilled cheese. A panini. I don't know. You tell me. What would it be? Bready Munster. Nice. I like it. All right. That's awesome. Perfect. Oh, okay. And I got to save this before I lose everything. All right. I am very pleased with this battle map. I am quite content with how this has turned out. I think this is going to be an excellent one for my players. So worst case scenario, even if things are imbalanced, I can just throw down a few knoll enemies in here and let my players kind of go ham. So we've set this up. This is great. Oh, I'm really glad we finished this. This already is making me feel much better, making me feel much better and much more prepared for upcoming sessions with my players. Excellent. I'm a happy dude. With how this is coming out. Excellent. But with that said, I am looking at the time. I'm going to save one more time because I'm so paranoid. I'm looking at the time, and the timing is about perfect. I am going to bring us over to our chat. Thank you, Combo. I'm pleased with it. I'm glad you like it as well. Let me bring us over to our chatting here though, so I can sign off, because it is time for me to call it a day, so I can start getting ready. I got to go coach this evening. It's going to be good times. Excited about it. But I'm excited about how today's stream went. We were very productive today. We got a lot of stuff written up, a lot of stuff done. I'm really pleased with it. It was a good stream. Real good, stream. I'm burping with excitement. And thank you so much to everyone who stopped by. I appreciate it. This was a really fun one today, and it's always fun. And like, people were saying some, some people had to, take off midstream and everything like that. But to anyone who was there, like, just some really flattering comments about, knowing that, people saying that my streams and my work has inspired them with some of the other stuff they're working on. So that, that means a lot to me. That's genuinely, like I say, I know I sound like a sarcastic asshole when I say a lot of stuff that I say on stream, but I do mean that one. I really appreciate that. That makes me feel good knowing that, people are getting something from what I'm doing. So, it reinforces that that it's a good thing I'm here streaming it for you guys. So, at any rate, thank you so much to all of you who stopped by. I appreciate you guys. Let's see here. The rest of this week. Today is Thursday, which means tomorrow is the last day of our normal streams. My normally scheduled streams that I try to stick to are Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 11:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time zone is when we try to do it, as long as work doesn't get in the way. And I will be back tomorrow. Yes, we are definitely, we are going to, my plan is to break out Fallout 2 tomorrow with our gaming stream, because typically speaking, with that schedule, Mondays and Thursdays are writing, Tuesdays and Fridays are gaming. I have started, just as a heads up, I have started occasionally doing evening streams when I have time and energy. So, keep an eye out for those. And if you want to stay connected to know when those are coming, there's a few different ways to stay connected. There's my Discord server. Obviously, I put announcements about going live there, as well as just chatting with people, staying connected. I also have my Twitter at EnviroStreams. I put announcements there, as well as just other stupid idiot thoughts that go through my head. So you can follow me in both of those places to try and stay connected. Other social medias I'm part of. I have my Instagram, EnviroBoy Streams on Instagram. You can check me out there. and see. I put a lot of my not stream related stuff that I get up to in my life, kickboxing, rock climbing, my cat, a whole lot of my cat ends up on Instagram. So if you just want to see what other things I get up to, you can follow me there. I have my YouTube channel, EnviroBoy. Like we're mentioning the other vids. If you want to catch up on Fallout 1 and see all the shenanigans I got up to, the ending to that was superb. The ending to Fallout 1. If you want to just jump to the last like half hour of the last episode just to see the ending, it's highly recommended. It was excellent. But we've got that there. And all my VODs go up there on the YouTube, so you can go check any of those out at your leisure. The other one too that I've got is I do have a TikTok now. I still have yet to link it in all of my bios and stuff. I'm working on finding time to remember to get all that stuff done. But I do have a TikTok now. You can find me EnviroBoy on TikTok. And I've been using that as a way to put up just like clips of the more amusing moments of streams. So if you just want to follow that, so you can get little snippets if you ever miss a stream or something like that. That one's there too. So at any rate, I think that's all I got. I think those are all of my announcements, all of my plugs, and all that stuff. So the only thing left to do is to say again, thank you so much to everyone who stopped by. I appreciate you guys. I have a lot of fun doing this. It means a lot to me that you guys stopped by. Yeah, it's Thursday. Take care of yourselves. Only one more day until we got the weekend. I'll be back with you. I know, Kitty, you're hungry. Kitty is very hungry. She knows. She can tell I'm doing my sign off. She's brushing against the microphone. She's giving me the hook. It's time for me to go. So enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. If not, enjoy your weekend, and we'll probably see you next week. Regardless of when I see you, take care of yourselves, and I'll catch you cats on the flip side. All right, I know, honey. I know. It's time to feed you. I got you.